All right, good morning, everyone. It is 8:30, and I will bring to order the April 25th, 2023 meeting to order. We have an agenda before us. Are there any additions or deletions to the said agenda? Councillor Christie.
Can I ask a quick verbal report on the town hall meeting put on by the Assistant Minister of Agriculture, I guess it is.
Okay, I think I followed some of that. 9.3 town hall meeting. Councillor Petter.
I'd like to do a short one on Drumheller solid waste.
Okay, 9.4 drum solid waste. Councillor Cunningham.
I'll do a quick verbal too on council and committee reports, please.
On subject?
I've got, you don't want to know how many subjects I have.
Multiple, multiple.
Can we just say multiple? That'll work, thank you.
You don't want it.
So we need a break before her turn.
Okay, are there any other additions or deletions to the agenda? Councillor Christie.
I'll move the agenda as amended, if not.
All right, we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We pre-circulated the regular council meeting minutes of April the 11th. Any errors, omissions, concerns? Deputy Reeve King.
I'd move acceptance of the minutes from April 11th as presented.
All righty, thank you very much. We have a motion to approve as presented. Are there any discussion to that? All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, our first agenda item would be 4.1, the Gorr Road Overlay. Welcome, Mr. Zier. And anytime you are ready.
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning, Council. What you see in your agenda package 4.1 is RFD regarding the Gorr Road Overlay. What administration is asking for today is to follow the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole, AC maintaining a 9-meter top on the proposed Range Road 251 overlay project, which would also include implementing a seasonal ban. So this is just a 130mm overlay or complete reconstruction of that roadside. So this, I'm able to answer any questions if you have them.
Does council have any questions for Mr. Zier? As Mr. Zier stated, we did go over this request for decision in our Committee of the Whole, and we spent some time discussing the different options, and this is what we came up with. Councillor Penner.
Just for clarification, we go with the 80 mil. It will be a 90% ban for roughly 6 weeks in the spring.
That's our hope. We won't know for sure until we have the strength testing done on that later in the year after the installation, or possibly next year. But our intention is that would be hopefully a 90%.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Zier? It's council's wishes. Councillor McGee.
I was quite pleased with the great discussion we had around it at our Committee of Whole, and I really am glad to say that I would like to make the motion that Council follow the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole and approve the installation of the 80mm ACP overlay and maintaining a 9.0 meter top surface on the proposed Range Road 25-1 overlay project, which would include implementing a second road ban. seasonal rose ban, excuse me.
All righty, thank you. We have a motion before us to apply the 80 millimeter ACP overlay, and with that will come a seasonal road ban. Is there any discussion to that motion? All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thanks, Mr. Zier.
Thank you.
Okay, our next agenda item will be 5.1, Municipal Development Plan Review Process. Welcome, Ms. Hazelton. And anytime you're ready.
Perfect. Good morning, Mr. Reeve, members of council. So this morning, we are bringing back to you the appointment of individuals to the working groups that we were discussing. So again, the Municipal Development Plan is that high-level long-term policy document that provides guidance and clarity to ensure future growth is sustainable, orderly, appropriate, complementary, efficient, and enhances the quality of life for citizens of Kneehill County. This document is a living document that should reflect council's vision and mission and should align with council's strategic plan. Several amendments to the plan have been done, but a complete review of this document has not been done since 2016-17. A review of the Municipal Development Plan allows council to create priorities for the municipality through the use of goals, objectives, and policies for each specific section of the plan. Council has discussed some possible amendments and has agreed to do that broader review to ensure the documents align with your current strategic plan and vision. So we did propose a working group style, a review where a maximum of 3 councillors and 2 members at large meet to discuss a particular section of the document, and members at large would be appointed, as would councillors, and they had to be landowners in Kneehill County. They will receive compensation for their participation, and so you guys did agree with that option of working groups and having that. And so during the committee of the whole meeting, we did receive 20 applications, 3 of which were not landowners, but you guys did do that discussion and recommended a list of names, which you now see in that motion. Any questions?
Council have any questions for Ms. Hazelton? Deputy Reeve King.
So I guess my question relates to the actual process and whether, as council, will see some of the materials that are going to be involved in that process prior to sitting down in our working groups.
We are putting together packages of information specific to each sector, and so we're just doing that piece right now. So, yeah.
So that would be shared with us prior to
It
us
can be
beginning the process?
if
or-
that's council's wishes.
Okay,
So,
okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Hazelton? If not, would somebody like to approve the members at large for this? Councillor McGee.
Before I do that, I just wanted to also thank our staff for putting this together and for everyone who did apply. I think it's very exciting to have our members at large to be part of how we build our documentation and our desires as a county, and I think this is a very important thing to do. And so I would like to make the motion again that council appoint the following councillors and members at large for each of the section workshops up for the Municipal Development Plan review, as you see on the screen and listed.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us to approve the councillors and the members at large for the Municipal Development Plan review. Is there any discussion to that motion? I shall call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously.
thank you very much. And we will be scheduling, obviously, with 6 sectors, and we are going to try to avoid seating for those that are in that, because our goal is to actually have everyone at the table. And so we are going to have to work around that. So be patient with us as we try to schedule. It's a lot of meetings to schedule, but we are going to be working with all of you to ensure that we can make this as quick as we can.
Okay, thank you very much. Next agenda item, Renewable Energy Information Session. Ms. Hazelton.
Again, council requested that administration facilitate an information session on renewable energy with the intent of educating landowners considering renewable energy developments on their land. This has been scheduled for June 12th, 2023 in Trochu. In planning this event, council has also provided the name Daryl Bennett. Administration has contacted him to ascertain whether or not he would also be available to attend the event. Daryl Bennett is one of the directors for Action Surface Rights. The group's purpose is to help landowners understand and navigate government and industry processes when dealing with energy sectors, whether it be oil and gas transmission lines or renewable power in the province of Alberta. They provide resources, support, and information for landowners to help them make an informed decision when dealing with energy development. They also provide guidance on how to deal with regulatory boards and hearings. Mr. Bennett has noted that he is not for or against energy sectors, and he represents landowners both in opposition to wind and solar as well as those who have signed agreements with energy companies. He specifically helps review contracts to ensure the landowner is represented in the land deal. Mr. Bennett also represents landowners during AUC hearings. At this point, he's unsure whether or not he can be available as he has an expected engagement that he is required to attend, which the date is still not confirmed. He will let the county know once the dates of the other engagement have been finalized. And as for impact to the budget, he does not charge a fee for his participation in the event. However, the fact that he comes out of Tabor, administration is recommending that we cover his mileage as well as a potential for one night stay in a local hotel if he needs that.
Are there any questions for Ms. Hazelton? Councillor Penner.
Not a question, but I have nothing against this. I don't think it hurts that if he's able to attend, I'm all for it. Just another set of eyes and ears out there that our residents can listen to.
Any other questions, or would someone care to make a motion? Councillor Penner?
I'd make that motion that council direct staff to add Daryl Bennett as an additional presenter on June 12th, 2023 in Trochu for the Renewable Energy Information Session pending availability.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us to add another speaker. Pending availability.
Oh,
Yes.
through the chair. Should we include that we're prepared to cover part of the cost in that motion?
I think that's just a policy, but Mr. Hogan, have you got a comment?
It wouldn't hurt to do that. I think we understand that the funding for the event's coming from strategic initiatives. But if we wanted to add that to the motion, it definitely doesn't hurt anything and does give that formal, yeah. So we can say with reimbursements to come from the strategic initiatives funding.
So we'll wait for that to come up on screen. Strategic initiatives.
So while we're doing that, can I make a comment?
Yes, go ahead, Deputy Reeve King.
So I know that as council, we kind of pushed on this one, and so I just want to acknowledge that, appreciate the fact that you've reached out and that you've made the effort to see if Mr. Bennett would be available. And so just on my behalf anyway, and I can't speak for all of council, but I certainly appreciate the fact that you made that effort. And if he's available, certainly would be glad to add him to the agenda. So thank you for doing that.
Okay, Councillor Penner, is that the way you would like that motion to read, the way it is up on screen?
It is just a small thing, just get rid of that before Trochu.
A small thing to get rid of what before Trochu?
The word, the, at Trochu, June 12th.
No. Okay. Okay, so that is the way you'd like to see that motion read?
It is?
Okay. So I shall read it out. Move that council direct staff to add Daryl Bennett as an additional presenter at Trochu, June the 12th, 2023, Renewable Energy Information Session pending availability with reimbursements to come from Strategic Initiatives funding. Is there any discussion to that motion? All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Okay, our next agenda item, public engagement options for the Municipal Development Plan Review. Welcome back, Ms. Hazelton.
Yes. I'm not going to read the beginning because we've already gone through that piece.
Oh, come on.
But this is in lieu of the Municipal Development Plan Review. So administration does recognize that additional public consultation may be beneficial in obtaining a broader public perspective of the long-term plan and would like to present an additional engagement option for council to consider. This option would be incorporated into the working group process and is loosely based on the engagement done by another municipality. So right now what we have is the working groups that will meet 3 times as a maximum. And so what we're proposing is to add some public engagement into that working group. So we would complete the first 2 working group sessions, and then we would do round 1 of the public engagement, which would be an introduction. We would divide the county into 2 areas, north and south, and host a community working supper in each. People would need to RSVP for that. We would set up round tables with a maximum of 8 people, which would include 1 counselor and 1 facilitator who would take notes. An overview of each sector in the municipal development plan would be presented, and questions would be asked, followed by a 15 to 20-minute discussion around the table. Council is largely there to network and to observe the feedback at that point of the engagement. And then we would take all that information back as a round 2 public engagement with, this is what we heard. This would be a follow-up meeting in the 2 areas previously set. Again, there would be supper or something there. Well, the other municipality had rented the clickers like you use at RMA. So everyone in the room could click for different options. And again, it would be going back through this is what we heard and asking questions. And people can see in real time on the screen how people are voting. And they can see whether or not, they can actually see where their priorities are based on a larger group. And then an online survey would be run at the same time for anyone unable to attend. We don't want them left out, so we want to be able to allow them to provide feedback through that survey as well. All of that information would be gathered back by those sitting at the table, the facilitators that sit there, and we would bring that back to the working group for session 3. And at that point, that information would be brought to each of you at that working group to go through and to kind of organize and provide recommendations back to you as council as to how those, how any priorities need to change. Do we need to add new priorities to each of these sectors, or what trends do we see coming, those types of things. So following that, we would do the draft document, and that would, again, go back out to public more as an open house where people have that opportunity to see this is what we heard, this is what came back, and this is how we've drafted that going forward. And just for information's sake, that round 3, that public open house needs to happen no matter what. We are pretty legislated when it comes to these large documents, and I think it would not be prudent if we don't have a larger engagement where we have that ability to have that feedback. So I do believe that piece should occur no matter what. It would just be whether or not you want to tackle those 2 other engagement pieces. In order for any engagement to be successful, it needs to be well planned and executed. This includes a considerable social media push. If council would like to proceed with a more robust engagement, planning will work with communications to come up with a revised timeline and communication plan. The expectation is that with this extended engagement, a draft document could be available in early spring of 2024. So originally we were proposing November, so it would push it off probably a quarter to incorporate these engagements, and likely they wouldn't be able to happen. The larger engagements would happen sometime in the fall or maybe January-ish. There is a budget attached to that. So as you probably noticed in the RFD, And we've tried to break that down. So we are talking about potentially 2 halls. We're looking at likely Trochu Acme, because if we want to really do a good push and have an ability to do a supper to bring people in, those are the halls that are the most likely set up for those things. So we're looking at hall rentals, and then food and beverage, and then an amount for advertising, publications and promotional, and then for the equipment rentals. Now, I do think with the advertising, we do have a lot that's already in the current communication, so we're unsure that we would ever hit that mark, but we don't want to shortchange it in case. Because anytime we advertise through other venues than the Three Hills Capitals, so Drumheller and East Central Review, it costs us money to do those ads. So we did incorporate that, and there would be some materials that would be done specifically for those events, so. Question?
Mr. Gannon?
Morning, Reeve and Council. I want to just express the amount of work that Ms. Hazelton has put towards this. We did some benchmarking of other communities and successes they've had going through their municipal development plan. And some of those recommendations and conversations that happened, we incorporated into the essence of what Kneehill County is trying to and council move forward with the MDP. So we feel that the amount of engagement there will provide the required fruit, if we'd say, that will allow council to make those decisions of where the MDP should move to and where the essence of conversation is. The clickers were one of the big conversation pieces within one of the communities where people were astonished that, you know, some of the results that were coming up on the screen. So they were seeing where the opinion may be one thing, but the actual thoughts were another. So it really quieted down some of the different conversations as far as alternatives and really understanding where those spectrums were, right? It really aligned the reality within the community. So I just want to acknowledge Ms. Hazelton and her team for going and looking outside the box and trying to find that information for council. And we're here to support you in any way that you see fit for this plan's development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gannon. So what I'm seeing is we have 2 options here. Option 1, which would also include the public engagement, round 3 public engagement.
Correct.
Or we have
And-
the option 2, which has the 2 working group sessions plus that public engagements piece.
Correct. So you have kind of approved that first option, which is the working group sectors, but at some point we would have to do an open house with the changes. And we've done that even when we have done minor changes, we've done that open house. So I do think that third one is considered for both. And then, yeah, whether or not you guys want us to tackle something broader.
What's council's thoughts? Mr. Hogan, you got a mic on there?
I do, through you, Mr. Reeve. Really what's in front of you is what the options are really at their core is you can do additional engagement. There's going to be a cost in time and money to do that. And we wanted to put this in front of you because we recognize there are some priorities that you want to see in the MDP, and that, you know, it's really down to if you want to do the additional engagement, there's a cost in time and money to do that. If you don't, then we don't, that's money and time that we don't need to expend. So those are the trade-offs in front of you.
Any thoughts from council? Deputy Reeve King.
So I know that we have communicated a certain degree of urgency. However, we've also talked a lot about transparency and involving ratepayers in conversations that we as council are having. And I acknowledge the fact that there might be somewhat of a delay in the process. However, if we're going to do more than lip service to ratepayer engagement, I think that this option 2 maybe is not something we want to ignore. So I think I would be supportive of doing a broader public engagement than what we had originally planned. I really like the fact that we're allowing ratepayers to have that first point of contact with the MDP, but also, I think, to broaden that out and let more people have a say, I don't think that's a bad thing. So I'd be supportive of the route that's being proposed here, even though I acknowledge it's going to cost us some money, and I acknowledge it's going to take a bit longer. So it's kind of where I'm sitting on it, so.
Councillor Cunningham?
I just want to agree with Deputy Reeve King. I think we only have so many seats at the table for that committee, and we had more applications than we were able to have positions for. So we're thankful for that. People are interested. So I think that public consultation is really important to give people that ability to have their say, even though they aren't part of that actual committee.
So we'd be looking at early spring if we use the option 2?
Yeah, quite likely.
Quite likely.
Yeah. I mean, we'll definitely do what we can to expedite that, but we also want it done well. And so, and we do need it, like, we are tricky because we are such an agricultural-based municipality that we do have some seasons that we need to avoid if we want good uptake in the engagement. So it's working around those things too.
I'd be supportive of bringing as many people in to develop our municipal development plan as choose to show up. I think anytime the ratepayer has a voice in the future of Kneehill County, I think it's wise move. So I would be supportive of the option 2 also. Anyone else want to weigh in? Or would somebody want to make a motion? Councillor McGee.
I love public engagement and anything but that being a successful thing to do for our residents. And so I would like to move that we accept the engagement option as presented, your option 2.
Okay, so we have a motion for council to accept engagement option 2 as presented. Is there any discussion to that motion? Councillor Penner.
I just want to ask my fellow councillors, do you see a value in clickers? I do, just to give administration a direction, please.
Councillor McGee.
I love them.
When they work.
Who's in charge of piping in the music for the 25 seconds?
Yeah, who selects the songs?
What's that? You have a will.
You might want to submit your request though.
Okay, so, all right. So that's more direction than anything else. We don't need that in the motion. Okay, is there any other discussion to the motion to approve option 2 with clickers? If not, I'm going to call the question. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Okay, boy, we're just skipping right along. Okay, 5.1.4, potential intervenor status for renewable energy. Welcome back, Ms. Hazelton.
Yes.
You're going to be busy.
I know. So when an application, this just to give you some background, when an application is filed with Alberta Utilities Commission for a renewable energy project, there is an opportunity for a third party to be given permission to participate in the AUC proceeding. To become a qualified local intervenor in the review process, you must show that you occupy or have an interest in land that may be directly and adversely affected by the proposed utility development. To have a say in the review process, a written statement must be submitted before the deadline indicated on the notice of application. The written statement should include the following: the name, contact information, land location, and a description of concerns with the project. A panel reviews the submissions and grants standing to those who may be directly and adversely affected by the proposed project. Standing is necessary to continue involvement as an intervenor in the proceeding, which may include the filing of evidence and participation in an oral or written hearing. The AUC will make these determinations on a case-by-case basis. Both the AUC and municipal governments have approval authority over energy projects. Where the decisions of the AUC, the provincial regulator, conflict with the decision of the local government, the AUC's decision will prevail. And that we've taken out of the fact sheet that is attached for your convenience. Should council opt to pursue intervenor status, it is recommended that council clarify the intent of seeking status. A standard list of planning concerns to be presented, and if status will be sought for all projects or on a case-by-case basis. At this point, there isn't really financial implications unless we require legal representation. And if you choose to apply for intervenor status, there will likely be some staffing implications to that. The time required is unknown at this time. This is something new that we haven't done in the past, so we don't really have a precedent to go on.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Hazelton. Under the assumption that if we do want standing, we fill out a form, and then it is determined by the AUC whether or not we're granted standing? Is that how the process works?
Yes, so we would submit an intent to participate, and then they determine whether or not we have that standing. We are going to have to sort out internally how that works if you guys want to proceed with this, because I think as council, you guys are the decision makers, and myself as development, it may have to be a party outside of us legally. And so we'll have to sort that out internally once we know a little bit more. I did try to get a hold of AUC and had to leave a message, and I hadn't heard back from them prior to today, just to clarify some of those things. But anyway, that's information I thought I would share as well.
Councillor Cunningham.
So if I can, I just want to speak to a little bit to when we were at RMA in the spring, myself and a few other councillors attended a session with the AUC. And so I'm a note taker. So when we speak about standing versus participation rates, the fellow that was there was very clear. And you get standing if you own land, if you have interest in land close to the projected project. But he was very clear that he said, you won't be giving standing as a municipality if you don't own land, but you will be given participation rights to submit the evidence and concerns to the commission. And this is verbatim. I want to make it very clear because I hear from municipalities and I'm getting calls about not getting standing rates. That gets taken as municipalities are not allowed to participate. He said you can participate and we encourage you to participate.
So our concerns, if we choose to have intervenor status, would be the quality of the land that these developments are happening on, or do we need something other than that? Anybody know? Councillor Cunningham.
Well, just, thinking about it, I mean, I think, I guess we don't know for sure what the AUC is going to necessarily address. So, I mean, some of the concerns would be some of the, what the end of life plans are for wind and solar, concern about the loss of quality farmland to large scale commercial properties. Do we have insurance that there's enough provincial regulation to guarantee the reclamation of that project? And we could very well get that information and go, okay, we're happy with that. But if we don't put our name in the ring, we're not allowed to have a say. So those are my thoughts on that.
Okay, thank you. From what I gather and what I saw in the presentation in a prior RFD, was that it is ultimately going to be a landowner issue. Reclamation will be. It does not seem like the province wants to get involved with the reclamation side of things at all. Obviously haven't learned anything from the orphan well industry. So would we be somehow offside by looking at the reclamation side through the municipality? And that's just a question, I don't know the answer. Anybody want to weigh in? And I don't blame you if you don't. Councillor Cunningham.
So again, back to the RMA, and, you know, there's huge discussion there, and I think that's the concern that municipalities are having across the province, is who is responsible. We are not privy to the individual contracts of landowner and the proposed project owner, so I think we've heard the AUC say we want municipalities to take care of it, and I think a lot of municipalities are saying we want the province to take care of it. You are the approving body. I don't think we as a municipality want to necessarily hold that security or bond, but there just seems to be that question of who is holding it, or how do we know that we, like you say, that we aren't going to end up in the situation as we have with oil and gas. So somebody just needs to answer the question, I think. And that's what we're asking of the AUC, I think.
Okay.
I just wanted to
Yeah,
follow
go
up.
ahead, Ms. Hazelton.
Sorry. We did go after a legal opinion based on, or asking a few questions regarding the intervenor status in particular. So one of the, and I'm just going to read some pieces out of the response back. So because Section 619 limits planning authorities on a topic or issue basis, the limitation is not that the county decision cannot conflict with the AUC approval, it is much broader than that. The planning authority cannot refuse a development permit if the consideration, if the issue that you have as a municipality has been considered by the AUC, you cannot respond stricter and you cannot deny a development permit based on that. So if the issue is no noise, odor, any of those types of things, that's already been considered by the AUC. And so we can no longer weigh in on that piece. And then she responds, then the municipalities no longer has any jurisdiction in regard to that issue except to deal with it in the same way as the AUC. So if the challenge is, and I think coming from this lawyer in particular who lives in this world, most of these types of concerns are raised with adjacent landowners. And so once they've already considered, it doesn't mean we can't go in and raise some of those, but I do think we have to be very specific. So just to say we don't want them, the quality of land is important. We need to define that, what that looks like. So what is the quality of land that as a council you want to suggest is protected through the AUC? But again, if it winds up being considered by the AUC in that process, know that we will not have any ability to weigh in on that when it comes through our door. So just so that you're aware of that through the legal opinion that we have. So my recommendation is if you want to proceed with trying to do some of this, we have very specific things. Right now, our policies and plans aren't as defined maybe as we would need them to be to go more strictly into this. But if that's something that you guys see, I think we need clarification and we need very specific, what are the things in particular and what is that level of farmland that you want to see protected? Is there anything besides that? We talked about the end of life. The end of life is the piece that is being considered. There is legislation now, so I don't know that we'll be able, we can certainly comment on that, but because the AUC is considering that and Alberta Environment and Protected Areas now oversees that end of life, the legal opinion would suggest that we wouldn't have a lot of, I guess, weight on some of those issues. So we need to be specific in what we choose that's more local. And again, the other question that we had here is this something that you would want to address with every application that comes in the door? Or is there going to be site-specific applications that you go, whoa, wait a minute, this one impacts areas that we would rather see protected? Is this a blanket thing that you guys are wanting to pursue, or is this a case by case? So those are some of the things that we need clarification with how this goes forward.
Deputy Reeve King.
I know we kind of spin our wheels on this because we think, well, they're not going to grant us status, they're not going to consider the things that we're concerned about. However, if we do not put forward that we have concerns, our concerns will never be addressed. And we make the argument about end of life being the responsibility of Alberta Energy or Alberta Environment. They're not doing it. They're not taking that responsibility, and although they're provincially mandated to do that, they're not doing it. So I have no problem with us putting forward concerns that we have related to reclamation, related to the value and protection of agriculture land. I think we have issues with adjoining property and values and the depreciation of the values of those adjoining properties. And that's one of the ways we protect our ratepayers, is to protect their investment in their own properties, regardless of what their neighbors decide to do. So I think we have issues there. I think that as a county, we have concerns about weeds and disease, and we need to protect our ratepayers on those sides of things. So I think we can raise those issues and we can put them in front of AUC. Whether we actually get standing or not, to me, is not so much important, but the fact that we raise those issues and we have our opinion in front of them. Over and over and over again, we've heard that if we don't put forward our concerns, they don't consider them. So even though maybe our planning documents right now don't limit the quality of land, maybe don't limit some of the other things that we would like to see as far as end of life and those kind of things, eventually that's what we want them to do. So I think we need to raise our concerns now. I think we need to put them in front of AUC. And even though they say, well, you can't participate in the hearing, at least we have documentation in front of them that says we have these concerns. So I'd really like to see us do something in this area, and I really think that as long as Kneehill County stays silent on this, as far as the AUC is concerned, we're wide open for business. And if we don't raise concerns saying we have concerns about X, Y, and Z, then they will never ever consider them. And they will continue to plop these developments into our area without any concern for what we think or want. So even though we don't have all the documentation in place right now, we are working toward that. And I don't think it hurts us to put forward our concerns now. And they may or may not grant us status to participate. If they don't, fine. But at least we've had our say. And to me, that's important. So that's where I stand on it anyway.
Well said. I agree with you 100%. It brings back the saying that I see going around social media. One person doesn't make a difference, said 9 million people. And that's why we have some of the problems we have here, is because we're not pushing those envelopes enough to make a voice. And I really think this is an example where we need to push.
Councillor Forbes.
I also am in agreement as well. And when I sit in this seat, I always take the strategic plan that we sat and we worked on. And agricultural is a huge part of that, and seeing that being diminished by these facilities without a thought to the people that live next door to them and only to the people that want to rent them out. I think we're doing a disservice to our ratepayers if we're not standing in that place to have their back. Or why did the people vote for me to sit here, or any of us to sit here, if we don't have their voice?
I just want to clarify.
Yes, go ahead. Deputy Reeve King.
Just as a clarification, I think we need also, and council I think has said this, it's not that we're adverse to development, and it's not that we don't want development to happen, but we're concerned about the type of development and where it happens. And I think that's what we want to clarify in our own documents about what kind of development we're open to. And I'm not saying that we're not open to green energy, but we are concerned about where it's developing and why it's being developed in those areas. And so I think that we need to send a message that says we have concerns, but doesn't say we're closed. And I think that's very important, is that industry and others understand that Kneehill County has specific concerns related to these type of developments or to any type of development, and we would like to have some say. And the problem right now is we have no say when it comes to these type of developments. Any other thing that walks through the door, we have ability to kind of regulate what happens and where it happens. Green energy, the renewable energy side of things, we have no say. And that's the frustrating part. And so we can put all sorts of rules in place, and unless we push back against the province and AUC, NRCB, AER, all of these groups, we're never going to have the ability to have that say. And so I think that's the important distinction. It's not that we're closed, but we want to have a say. And I think that's the only way to do that is to put our concerns in writing and send them to the appropriate boards. So.
Councillor Christie.
Two questions, I guess. Our road network is adjacent lands. If a development was to be built on a blind road or a mile dirt trail, they would be responsible for upgrading that road for the development, or would we be caught with that? My other question is, I wouldn't be afraid to say that I really don't want them on class 1, 2, and 3 soils at a minimum. And somehow that message has to get to the provincial government, because they are wrestling with that decision. If they don't get support from the grassroots, which is us, they're not going to weigh that decision very well.
I'm going to defer the road one, because if it's just for the construction season, yeah.
Yeah, through the chair, I think anytime we get an application like that, we definitely want to review it and see what the end result is for traffic and that sort of thing. In previous applications like that, we can put conditions on the development permit that have road and upgrades included in there, as long as it's a realistic and appropriate, not outstanding of our bounds, like asking for pavement and that sort of thing. But if we're asking for a standard, one of our standards to be met anytime an undeveloped road allowance is utilized, that's something that we put as a condition of approval.
Thank you.
Deputy Reeve King.
And in light of the fact that we have focused so hard on agriculture in our strategic plan, and we acknowledge the importance of it to us, I don't want us to lose the weed management and disease management. So two big diseases of concern to us in agriculture right now are the diseases clubroot and Aphanomyces in peas, so clubroot in canola and Aphanomyces in peas. Both of those diseases move through soil movement, and so erosion becomes a big issue for us, and then also it's the movement of equipment that works on these sites. So the equipment coming in to work on these sites needs to come in sanitized and cleaned. When it leaves, it needs to have the same thing, and then we are also concerned about erosion potential, wind movement of soil during that construction and post-construction period. So those are things that I think that we need to address as concerns for ourselves as well. And then I think we need to address the concerns of weeds. And we've heard that already on the existing project from surrounding landowners. And so I think that the onus is on us to protect our land base and our agriculture industry and to protect our ratepayers. So I think we have a voice that needs to be heard in some of those areas. So I think that unless somebody inspires me further, I'm going to leave it there.
Councillor Cunningham.
Okay, so I would really like to question the AUC how we as a municipality know what they're going to address until we participate. Like, we're not, we don't have a crystal ball, so I really am confused about that with them. I am a believer that we should participate in all of these projects, no matter what they are, if we have concerns. And I just want to say thanks for sharing this document that I was able to come across a couple weeks ago, Municipalities in the AUC Review of Renewable Energy. And I mean, I think they're asking us to be involved. It says right here, the AUC's decisions are based on the evidence presented by involved parties. It is crucial we hear concerns and ideas from Alberta's municipalities, and the AUC considers the opinions of municipalities when discussing proposed projects in their area. So I think they're making it very crystal clear that they want to hear from us.
Well, everything I've heard is that we should be involved in the intervenor status or some way to put our voice forward to the AUC. Still kind of unknown how you do it, but I'm sure we could probably do it. Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, just in light of the discussion that council's had, we've come up with 2 recommended motions that are on the screen in front of you. Again, I'll take you through those motions and kind of what they mean. Is the first one that the council direct administration to seek county participation in AUC hearings for renewable energy developments occurring within Kneehill County. So within that motion, we're not specifying intervenor status. We're not specifying exactly. Basically, when we figure out the exact process, that's the one that we'll take to participate. So that leaves it open enough that we can put those concerns forward through the appropriate mechanism, right? We don't need to outline the mechanism in the motion, but it's saying we'll do it, right? That's the motion number 1. The other component of that is that it's the way that it's worded is for renewable energy developments occurring within Kneehill County, and that means we would seek it on all of them. Wind, solar, I don't think we're going to get a lot of hydro here lately, but we would seek it on all of them, right? So it's not a case-by-case basis. So that's maybe some discussion for council as you want, but that's the way it's worded there. The second one, which would also recommend, is that the direct administration to develop recommended items for AUC consideration during participation opportunities. And we've heard a number of them here today. Talked about soil classifications, land, things like that. What that will give us, I think, is we can take what we've heard today, we can go back and do some work internally and bring back relatively a list to you with reasons why we think this might be something we want to address or this might be something we don't want to. And where I say we don't want to, and I use the example of the road that Councillor Christie brought up, is going back to the legal opinion that we've received and that Ms. Hazelton didn't write out, but spoke about earlier during the meeting, is if we put something like that in front of the AUC and we say, we want you to condition that they upgrade this road, and the AUC considers it and determines that they don't have to, we can't then go make them do it, right? And so that's a little bit of where we want to be careful, I think, is that we're still keeping things that we want to make sure are addressed, and not necessarily, and it's a bit of a risk either way, because, if you don't put it in front of AUC, they're definitely not going to consider it. But if you put it in front of there and they consider it in a way that you don't want, you lose the ability to do it on your own at the development permit stage, right? And that's problematic. So what it allows us to do is to go back and give some thought to, we might want to bring up erosion concerns with the AUC, because ultimately that would be an approval we say through Alberta Environment and Protected Areas, as opposed to us trying to mandate erosion control that we might not have the expertise or the ability to enforce, right? That might be something we put up through AUC. Weed management might be something we hold on to on our own, because we can enforce that, right? So we can go back and compile a list like that we would bring back for council's consideration. And that's the meat of the second motion, if council's open to that approach.
So I'm hearing, be careful what you ask for.
It really is a gamble, I think, based on the legal opinion we've got, because if the AUC gives us what we ask for, then awesome. But if they don't, depending on how they don't do it, we might lose the ability to do it ourselves.
Okay.
So things that, we can go back and look at what makes sense in areas of jurisdiction. So if we're addressing security or bond components or reclamation components, that might be absolutely something we put in front of the AUC, because that's not the county's wheelhouse, right? Where if it's,
Gannon? Oh, sorry.
To say where if it is our wheelhouse, that might be something we want to keep.
Okay. Now, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, Reeve. Through the chair, I think that an administration would need some additional clarification, is that we currently have an application that is going through the AEC right now, and we believe that the date is May 6th for deadline. So if that's something that council wishes to move forward on with the intervenor status, I believe we need some clarification today on that.
clarification would be yes.
Correct. In a motion, we'll, if that's where you'd like us to go on this one, and then we can try to have more conversations of what that would look like as far as proceeding.
Timelines are pretty tight.
Correct.
Go ahead, Ms. Hazelton.
I was just going to clarify a little more too on what Mike was addressing earlier and what is things that are more in a municipal interest versus things that are in a broader interest that are more likely going to come to the AUC by everybody. So for our purposes, things that we've looked at as a municipal interest are things like the access. We're looking at the security of the site. We're looking at fire. We're looking at stormwater management and how that affects our roads and ditches and those types of things. So those are pieces that are very specific to the site itself and how that interchanges with adjacent lands. So those are some of the things, just to give you some ideas of things that maybe it's wiser to leave in our realm to deal with when they come in the door through development permit, and then certainly make our concerns known on the other one. And I'm assuming you're all in agreement with the 1 to 3 soil type. So we'll flesh that out. Okay.
Councillor Forbes.
And I'd also like weeds to be included in that because we just had that discussion and we don't have that in anywhere.
Yeah. Like in the
That'll
in
be
the intervenor
municipal realm.
You want that in the municipal, or because the AUC is going to consider that that's part of the application, or do you want that as the intervenor comments? Because I've got it as intervenor comments.
The intervenor comments would be okay with me at this time.
Okay.
I know that when I look at this, because you stated it would changing our policies and plans, I think that's going to have to happen at some point for us to update it and bring it in to the 21st century. And if I look at anybody who landed on these shores hundreds of years ago, if they never took the steps to come across this country, we would not be built the way we are today. So I can't stand in fear of something that I don't know until I go cross that line and find out what there is. Because there is really no fear except for the unknown, but the unknown will show itself, and then we deal with those things when they come forward. It's just kind of how I've lived life. I can't be afraid of what I don't know, or I'm never going to leave my house.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, these are the notes I have for the intervenor comments, is concerns regarding the reclamation, decreasing value of adjacent lands, weeds and disease, end of life, and then erosion. Is there anything, quality of land as well? The 1 to 3.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Through the chair, looking at the proposed motion, I believe the first motion would cover our concerns with regards to the current application.
Councillor Cunningham.
Yeah, no, I kind of want to apologize for the last minute on here. I guess going forward, my recommendation would be when we are considering this, that we do it before, a week before the closing date. I think we're all pedaling really fast to try to get things done today, but that's unfortunate in a way. So maybe just something to remember for if there's a next time, when there's a next time.
Deputy Reeve King.
I think we all acknowledge right now we're playing catch-up somewhat, and that's unfortunate because of the timeline that we're facing. However, I think that the things that you've outlined for us to put forward, I think that's reasonable to ask for some consideration of those things. And I know the timeline's short on the current application, but we just have to deal with what we have to deal with. And so I think our opportunity to do better planning in the future is in front of us, but right now we just need to respond with some immediacy to the one that's in front of us. And so, yeah, I think that's where we're at. And so if there's no further discussion, I'm going to make the first motion, which is that Council direct administration to seek county participation in AUC hearings for renewable energy developments occurring within Kneehill County.
Alrighty, so we have a motion before us to seek council participation in AUC hearings for renewable energy developments occurring within Kneehill County. I do have a little bit of a concern with adding weed control and erosion and stuff like that. If the AUC considers it and does not see it as being important, we won't have the ability to put that in our development permit, but will we have the ability to put it in the development permit if we don't bring it forward to the AUC?
Typically, those items are part of their application, so it is something the AUC will consider how they're proposing to manage weeds. And is likely a comment that's going to come up from an adjacent landowner as well. So I do think either way, it's going to be considered at the AUC table.
Okay.
What we've done in the development permit is when it's weed control or if they've got a seed, we want it to be a seed that we recommend. So that's what that's generally how we've gone and dealt with that piece of it. And then we bind them as well to whatever their plan was that they submitted to the AUC.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yep.
Appreciate that. All right, so we have a motion before us. Is there any further discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. And we have another motion that was recommended. Deputy Reeve King.
Okay, well, I'll boldly go where no one has gone before, and that's to say that council direct administration to develop recommended items for AUC consideration during participation opportunities. And I'm assuming that's based on going forward rather than the immediate one, so.
Okay. Mr. Hogan?
Just through Mr. Reeve, to provide some clarification to council, the May 6th that we're talking about is not the hearing date for the AUC, it's the deadline to say we want to be involved. So it's not that next week we need to have all of this completely wrapped up. That's just when we need to alert the AUC that we want to be involved.
One other point of clarification, in the reading that I've done, I don't think a hearing is automatic. The hearing happens when there is affected parties and they are not getting resolution to what they are concerned with. At that point in time, that's when the AUC will hold the hearing to hear that from both sides. So it's not, I think, a lot of them get approved with no hearing, and I think some of them, if they really can't resolve the issues, then they go to the hearing.
So what I'm hearing is that we're looking forward to participating in this next AUC hearing. Looking really forward to participating. All right, so. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So we have got a motion that council direct administration to develop recommended items for AUC consideration during participation opportunities. Is there any discussion to that motion?
I don't have discussion, but I do have a comment.
Deputy Reeve King.
So again, I just want to say again that I recognize that what we're asking involves some work, and I recognize that we have limited hours and days, but I also want to say that I appreciate the fact that there's a willingness being displayed to do this work. And so to administration and to the people who are going to be designated to do this, just know that it is appreciated. And as a counselor, I think my voice is being heard by administration, and I think that you're trying to put in place what we're asking for, so thank you.
All righty, so is there any other discussion to the motion that's before us? I don't see any, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Ms. Hazelton, looks like you could be busier than you were even planning on being, so thank you very much and good luck. It is 9:35, so I shall call a brief recess. Bring the meeting back to order. Our next agenda item, 5.2.1, Commemorative Bench Program. Welcome, Ms. Sherwick, and anytime you're ready.
I'll be here for Miss Sherwick. I'm Miss Sherlock.
Sherlock. Well, then somebody spelt it wrong here, because that's what I thought it was too.
This was prepared by Miss Sherwick before
okay.
she left, so that was why that was in there. But I get to be the lucky one to bring it to you guys. So this is just part of the ongoing regular policy review and making sure that this policy is still relevant and follows the direction of council. So this is the commemorative bench policy. This commemorative bench policy allows for the purchase of a memorial bench in honor, to honor the memory or achievement of loved ones and community members. The program is administered by Kneehill County Parks staff, and when a bench application is received, staff work with the applicant to choose a bench location, facilitate the install, and carry out the maintenance of the bench over its life cycle. Currently, there are 4, and actually I believe it should say 5, in Kneehill County Parks and Cemeteries. There's 1 at the Torrington East Cemetery. There is 1 at Torrington West Cemetery, 1 at Mount Davis Cemetery, and 2 at Orkney Viewpoint. They are the same benches that we have here at the administration building, that we have 1 just sitting out front here. And so as per the policy, we receive those, and then we would provide 3 possible bench locations and work with the applicant for the writing on the plaque itself. They can be placed on the municipally owned land. Usually they would request where it would go. And then, like I said, we just work on where it goes and what it says on the plaque, and have the approvals on there. This policy, I believe, is just seen general editing. No major changes as it's presented. Are there any questions on the policy?
Does council have any questions for Fallon? That way I don't get your last name screwed up. Go ahead, Councillor Penner.
In the master rights bylaw, it does state how much it does cost for this. Is this just a cost recovery or not? I've had a few ratepayers say to me that it's too expensive, but I was just wondering, is this a strict?
Yes, and it is actually quite a costly thing to put these benches in. We have a very high quality of bench that we get, as well as putting in the concrete for the foundation of them, and then the plaque themselves. So at this point, yes, it's full just cost recovery basis. There's no profit made off of this.
I think the whole point was to make sure that it looked good and lasted for a number of years,
Yes.
where wood would not do that.
Yep. And at our estimates, we have them at a 15-year lifespan. And so far, they're holding up quite well. We're quite happy with the benches that we have.
Okay, are there any other questions from council? What are council's wishes? Go ahead, Councillor Cunningham.
I move that council approves the amendments to the commemorative bench policy as presented.
All righty, so we have a motion before us to approve policy 12-3, that being the commemorative bench policy. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously.
Thank you
Thanks,
for a nice,
Ms.
quick, easy one.
Sherlock. I apologize for the faux pas. Okay, our next agenda item is a delegation, Kneehill Adult Learning. Welcome.
So while Cal gets her, well, I made it complicated for you, sorry. So this is Cal Zukes, and I'm Mary Ament, and we are with Kneehill Adult Learning and Newcomer Support Services.
Oh, you'll have to go on the mic because this is being videotaped or live streamed. And it will be on YouTube for further future, yes. So welcome, Mary and Cal. What we will do is we will introduce ourselves as council, and then you can start on the presentation. You'll have to push the button, and when the mic turns red, that means that you are, there you go. Good. Okay, so starting from my far right.
Good morning, Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, Division 5, and I think we've met at Chamber of Commerce before.
Carrie Phobes, Division 4. Nice to meet you.
Wade Christie, Division 6.
And Jerry Whitstock.
Ken King, I represent the northeast portion of the county.
Good morning, I'm Faye McGee, Division 1. That's down in the east and south area, quite south actually. Okay.
Good morning, Debbie Penna, Division 2 in the Swalwell area.
Morning, I'm Mike Hogan, Chief Administrative Officer for the county.
Kinza.
Sorry, my apologies. I'm Kinza Barney, Corporate Services Director.
Okay, well, welcome. We appreciate you. Oh, Sears hiding there? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Mike Sear, Director of Infrastructure. Nice to meet you.
Sorry about that, Mike. You were hiding behind Kinza, and it takes, yeah, I don't know how the heck you do that, but you did a fine job of it.
Mike's is all.
All right. So welcome. We look forward to your presentation, and anytime you are ready.
Okay, while he's getting the presentation set up.
Sure.
Yes, so my name is Mary and this is Cal, and our purpose for coming today to present about Kneehill Adult Learning and Newcomer Supports is just a reminder of the services that have been offered in the county for a long time, and then an update that as of last year, we're also offering settlement services to newcomers, and we're involved with the rural renewal stream of immigration that the town of Trochu is a designated community with them. So today we just want to give you a brief kind of reminder of the kind of foundational services we offer, and then give you that update on the work we do with newcomers in the county. You can't get it in presentation mode? Oh, okay. Well, it's okay.
Morning, everyone. So we're here just to give you an idea or a little bit of information about who we are and what we do in the county, as Mary had suggested. So our purpose this morning is to get you updated in terms of the services that we offer and who we offer those services to. So we are a not-for-profit, we're funded provincially organization that represents or that services the whole county, not just a specific town. And we function, or we're funded under the Government of Alberta Skills and Trades Profession, their department. We used to be under the Advanced Ed, but they've made a change. They've kind of shifted around who is, what not-for-profits they fund, under which what organizations they fund, and under which departments. So that's been a recent change for us. So our demographic in the county is adults who are seeking to learn or expand their either foundational skills, folks who maybe they didn't finish their high school, and as an adult they've realized that they want to maybe catch up on what they missed out in high school Either they've run into some issues in their employment or maybe getting better job opportunities, but they need some skill building in some foundational areas like their math or literacy or their digital skills. The other demographic we serve is folks who are interested in just expanding their knowledge, taking a course maybe in art or creative writing or learning another language. So folks who do have the foundational skills, but they want to expand and increase their knowledge and their skills. So our role as an organization is to provide these folks with learning opportunities. And we do that through workshops, we provide tutoring, and then we also offer classes, usually in the evenings and sometimes during the day. And yeah, we've been operating in the community for the last 50 years. More recently, we've gotten, and Mary will talk about this, we've gotten a grant to provide settlement services in the county. And Mary will pick up on that there. So some of the ways in which we provide our programming and our learning opportunities are these six areas: literacy and skill development and support, our numeracy skill building, digital skills, learner supports, and community building activities, as well as our settlement services. I'll unpack each of these very briefly here. So literacy and numeracy, we offer in-person or online individual tutoring, reading support for folks with learning disabilities. Either it's self-reported or something that's been formally diagnosed. We do offer writing classes as well, pre-GED tutoring and support for those folks who maybe skipped out of school and now have realized they'd like to finish, they'd like to get their high school equivalency. So we offer support and help for them. Math for trades, folks that are looking to get into the trades, but again, maybe don't have a very strong math skills. And then we do community book clubs as well. So learner supports, we provide a lot of help actually with folks with government applications, everything from helping with work permits to AISH applications, SIN applications. Folks that don't have access to technology or struggle using a computer or not aware or they're not sure of how to do these processes, many of them are online now. So they come to us and we help and walk them through that process. We do exam invigilation as well. That's when folks are doing a correspondence course, a high school course. They need to do an exam and it's maybe off-site, maybe through Athabasca or somebody. And so they need to write the test. They don't have to travel there. They can come to our office and write the exam there. And then employment support. We offer employment support through a partnership that we have with MH Enterprises out of Drumheller. And we'll touch briefly on that in a bit. And then post-secondary information. We're not career counselors, but we are connected with the CAC, so Olds College in Red Deer. And we do offer some guidance on what programs they have and what might fit for the individual that we're meeting with. Our general interest classes, we offer French, Spanish, and Cree classes. Our Cree class is extremely popular, actually. And we just finished a Spanish class. And again, we have a waiting list for that. Many people are interested, especially as there's an increase in Spanish-speaking folks in our county. That's become an increasing popular option. So we also do Safe Talk and Food Safe workshops. First aid and babysitting course. I think one of the things that we are typically associated with is the babysitting course. And so we're trying very hard to sort of expand the popular view of our organization beyond just offering the babysitting course. Creative writing workshops, and then something new that we started, I think it was the Lunch with Friends is a community lunch that takes place in Three Hills every Wednesday at noon. and it's run by volunteers, and it's just a way of, it's open, it's free meals for anybody who wants to come. So it's a way of getting community folks in, connecting with some of the folks that access our services who are a little more invisible to the community at large. All right, I'll turn it over to Mary for our settlement services.
Okay, so I'm sure you're aware that there's a few employers in our area that bring in a lot of temporary foreign workers. And it's already been on our radar for years. We've offered English language classes for these newcomers. But as of April 2022, our organization, we applied for a grant from Alberta Labor and Immigration, and they've given it to us to offer support for newcomers beyond English language classes. And so just to give you an idea, we've already made contact with and served more than 100 newcomers to Canada since April 2022. So that's in 1 year. There's 100 people, most of them temporary residents. A few of them have achieved permanent residence. They've been here a little bit longer. But that's just to give you an idea that in this county, there's a lot of newcomers. And that's not all of them. That's just some of them. And there's turnover, as we know, because especially those who come on these temporary work permits, they plan to come short term. They plan to come for 2 years, and then they go back to their passport country. But others are looking for a way to stay. They're looking for a way to stay and be a community member here in one of our towns or in the county. So our desire in offering settlement services is to help each of these newcomers achieve their goals, whether that's I want to work here and I want to go home, or I want to work here and I want to stay here. And what does that look like to bring someone from a different culture into our rural communities and make it feasible for them to call this home? And you know, when they come from an urban context to here, okay, urban to rural is going to be a big stretch, whether that's within Canada and so much more when it's from another country. But the exciting thing is we actually have a lot of newcomers that come from a rural context, and they're not fazed by some of the rural challenges that we have with transportation, access to all the entertainment and the malls and all that. They're okay with that. They want to live rural. So we want to encourage and equip these newcomers to call Kneehill County their home and to be contributors to our economy and our culture here. So that's our desire, is to help them reach their goals. And so we're part of the Rural Renewal Initiative, and I'll just get a show of hands. How many of you have any idea about the Rural Renewal Immigration Stream? Have you heard this term? Okay, a few of you. Yeah, it's very new. The Alberta government just introduced it like a year ago, and the town of Trochu has become a designated community under this stream, and we, as the local settlement service provider, are sitting on that committee with them. And just the very brief overview of the description of rural renewal is that it's basically the Alberta government designed this stream to support the attraction and retention of newcomers to rural Alberta through a community-driven approach that supports local economic development needs and contributes to the growth of the community. Okay, so, and they've given the communities kind of the chance to veto or invite different newcomers. So that's something that we're part of. It's a really exciting initiative. To date, our committee at Trochu, we have approved 30 candidates under the rural renewal stream. I'm assuming you don't want a whole lesson in the immigration pathway, but just suffice to say that these are 30 individuals that now have the opportunity to be nominated by the province of Alberta to then apply for permanent residence to Canada. So this is a pathway for newcomers who say, I want to live rural, and it's supposed to be kind of, we have another line for you. It's the rural nexus line. We're going to get a way for you to get nominated for permanent residence. and hopefully give you that place in line. You know, you don't have to wait but way back here. So that's the goal of the program. And like I said, we've so far provided letters of support to 30 individuals. So we're willing to take any questions. I may have over-talked our limit, so we might have to wrap up. Whatever you guys think.
Well, thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments from council to Mary or Cal? Councillor McGee.
Thank you for being here. I've always been a big fan of cows, and I love the work that's being done there. So thanks for helping us hear all the new changes too. I'm interested though with changes. Have you changed how you form your board, and how do you still operate under a board, and how does that become a board?
Yeah, good question. So our organization functions under a volunteer board, and the composition of the board has not changed. When we applied for this second stream of funding, we weren't required to make any organizational structural changes, but we were able to stay under the umbrella of CALS, Kneehill Adult Learning Society, and then under that we have kind of our education branch and our settlement branch, but it's all administrated under the one volunteer board. Yeah.
Councillor Cunningham.
So you alluded to the MH Enterprises. I just wondered if you could expand on that a little bit. Anybody that I talk to in rural Alberta is struggling for employees. So just wondering what services they provide and how maybe they could help out.
Yes, so MH Enterprises, they're a company out of Drumheller, and they come to us every second week to kind of keep office, and largely it's people seeking employment that are coming to see them with us. However, employers are invited to contact MH Enterprises and become on, like, because once they're on MH's radar, MH is kind of trying to work with matching potential employees with employers, and in fact have access to government funding for employees that may need some barriers reduced to be employed. So if they have a self-disclosed disability or like an anxiety difficulty or anything that they disclose as a barrier to employment, MH can access funding actually to help even fund their wage for a few months to allow that employer to kind of gradually get this person to a good employability status, and it doesn't cost as much when they've got that supplement coming in. So yeah, employers are invited to contact MH Enterprises.
Are there any other questions from council? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Cunningham.
You know I can do one more. So I just want to say I loved when you spoke about encouraging and equipping people to help them live rural, because we're all about that, so that's wonderful. I know I did hear a presentation with the town of Troche, I think it was the Chamber of Commerce, speaking to that, like you call it, the Rural Nexus program. So I'm just curious, out of those 30 people that were candidates, like, are you finding that the majority of those people are staying rural, or are they staying for a while and then heading to more larger urban centers, or what are you seeing with that?
Well, the jury is still out on that because it's very new. So actually, all of these candidates are still in process of, some of them actually are already living here on another work permit, and so this is one step for them. They're already here. And then others are coming from other areas in Canada, people from BC, Quebec, okay, other newcomers to Canada, and then some are applying from other countries, which is also allowed. But yes, we don't know yet about the retention piece, but we're going to do our best to help them see that they can make a life here.
Councillor Penner.
It's so positive to see an organization like this been going for like 50 years or 50 some years. I remember 30 years ago it was very popular, the adult ed classes, like you could, in everything from DOS to willow chair making to whatever. And I think some of those actually brought the community together because it brought people with similar interests, and I'd love to see more of that actually happen in our little communities. Those little, they're not an educational thing, they're just more of somebody's organized the event and put it together, but they were very popular. You used to look for that handout every year to see what was coming, and it was full of workshops and stuff like that.
Yes, so our general interest has been a little bit on the back burner in the last couple of years, well, through the COVID years, of course, but then even right now, our focus has kind of turned a little bit more to, like, we just have a lot going on with our main clientele, but you're right, and I know that that is a great way to bring people together. So we do want to keep working on expanding our general interest courses.
Does council have any other questions or comments for Mary? Yes, go ahead, Deputy Reeve King.
So my question relates to ESL and various courses that are throughout the county. So do you provide the speaker or the teaching resource for those courses that are scattered throughout Kneehill?
Yep. Yeah, we have a mix. That's a good question. So we offer ESL classes currently they're in Trochu, Linden, Three Hills, and we do one in Acme. So we do provide, Mary and I are both trained in ESL teaching, and then we also contract some teachers out of Red Deer to provide the
She doesn't work in Red, she doesn't live in Red Deer, she lives in Elmora.
Oh, okay. I thought she worked, anyway. So we do contract we have another teacher on contract as well. And we do, we utilize volunteers as much as possible as well for one-on-one tutoring or for help in the classes as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Penner.
Would you be able to elaborate a little bit more on the food safe workshops? Is this something that community organizations can benefit from because they put on different suppers, or what's the vision on that?
What is food safe? So anyone who wants to work in like a commercial kitchen, or anyone who's going to serve the public. So church kitchens need people with food safe, and everyone working in the food industry of restaurants and cafes. So we have a course coming up actually this Friday for food safe training, and it's largely geared toward those working with the Lunch with Friends, that community soup on Wednesdays. So that's who was kind of created for, but other public is totally invited to enroll. The instructor's coming out of Calgary, and it's a one-day course, and it basically gives you a certificate to be so if a food inspector comes around at your church or at your community function where you're serving hot food, you have to have the food safe certification. Did I answer your question? Maybe.
No, and I did see that ad in that event
Okay.
or whatever. Some of our little communities, I think it was $125, $150 to participate in that one, and the age of the volunteers in some of these, it's up there, and it was a lot of money for them.
Sure.
So I was just wondering if there was
a
cheaper way of doing it.
Yeah, so good point is that we try to always make our programming accessible, and if money is going to be the barrier, most of our posters will say, like, please talk to us if finances are an issue, because then we'll look at subsidizing as needed. So we are very willing to do that. If people present, like, I'm interested, but the finances are a barrier, then they should talk to us, and those will be reduced.
Okay, thank you. And it is, everyone wants safe food and everything, and everybody has good intentions when they cook the pie or whatever, you know what I mean? So, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, are there any other questions from council or comments? Well, I'm not seeing any. So I guess thank you very much, Mary and Cal, for offering your time to give us and our residents an outline of what it is that your organization does. It's very valuable information for our newcomers and for our established residents. Appreciate your time and the information that you provided and the work that you do for the county.
Yeah, thank you for having us. Yeah, and we are open to anyone who wants further conversation, particularly on rural immigration and what that looks like in our area, and even what's trending in the different communities. Like, where we welcome you to reach out to us if anyone is interested in having that conversation, and of course any of our other services.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Okay, our next agenda item, 6.1, is our fourth quarter report. Welcome, Ms. Von Burbach, and anytime you're ready.
Good morning, Reeve and members of council.
Morning.
Today I bring forward to you the fourth quarter report, which is the preliminary operating and capital budget results for 2022. Council receives quarterly financial reports during the year, and these are intended to inform council and stakeholders of financial transactions to date and how expenditures and revenues and other financial indicators compare to the operating plan for the year. The purpose of this report is to report on the 2022 operating budget performance, the results of all operating and capital projects for the year, and as well provide supplementary information for other financial indicators for the municipality. This report represents the unaudited financial position of 2022 against budget. So this just means that we don't anticipate any major fluctuations between now and when the financial statements are completed, but this report is specifically how we performed on a cash basis against budget. So when the audited statements are presented, they're presented on a modified accrual basis, so there's slight nuances there. However, it doesn't fundamentally change the overall results of the county for the year. It's just a slightly different presentation. So this report really focuses on how it compares to the budget that council approved for the year. So this report has 6 appendices. The operating budget by function, which is what the majority of this, what I will speak to, is within this report. The operating budget by department, which is really just there for information purposes. There's also operating budget results, restatements and recommendations, which is some recommendations that administration has put forward to deal with the surplus from 2022. And then there's also the project summary, as well as any carry forward projects that are being requested to continue into 2023, a cash and investment summary, and the reserve continuity. So first I will speak to Appendix A, which is our operating budget by function. Overall, we're projecting a $3.9 million surplus this year. There are 3 primary drivers of this surplus. One is $1 million in penalties and fines, which relates to the collection of taxes. $1 million in salaries and wages, which is due to higher than normal vacancies, and $700,000 in higher than budgeted investment returns. These 3 things are the majority of the surplus. There's a $1.2 million surplus aside from those, which is comprised of multiple smaller variances and accounts to approximately 4.5% of the overall operating budget. The 3 main drivers of that surplus, with respect to penalties and fines, represent the fees billed to ratepayers due to taxes that were deemed in arrears in 2022. The initial budget didn't include penalties that were to be levied but deemed likely uncollectible. In 2022, we actually saw a significant increase in our tax collection rates, and this subsequently increased our tax revenue actually collected by about $1 million, that's $1 million of our surplus. The other piece is salaries and wages, which relates to multiple unanticipated vacancies during the year, including several seasonal positions which were unable to be filled. The scope of this variance is an anomaly, and administration has adjusted the turnover allowance within the budget in 2023 to draw a bit more of a greater alignment between budgeted and anticipated results. The other big piece of that surplus is investment returns. Due to an increasing prime rate over the year, we got a lot more in investment income than we originally anticipated when we developed the budget. These, in addition to the 1.2 million that is comprised of smaller pieces, all of those things were considered when we developed the 2023 budget in order to make sure that the 2023 budget aligned more with what our expectations and the changing environment we're operating are in. Having kind of outlined sort of the big drivers of the surplus, I'm going to line by line go through each of the revenues by function and kind of identify where the fluctuations are, and then also do the same with expenditures. So there's a $2.4 million favorable revenue variance, which includes $18,000 related to licenses and permits, which is predominantly related to planning and development. There's a $47,000 positive variance within operating grants. $42,000 of this relates to grant funding received from FCM related to asset management. Asset management was one of our operating projects from 2022, and it was originally funded 100% through reserves because we weren't sure if we would get that FCM funding, but we did. So that actually decreases the amount of money we pulled out of reserves for that project in the year. Other revenue has a $534,000 favorable revenue variance. $206,000 of this relates to a DRP claim from 2018 where we received funds back. And there's a corresponding contributions to reserves that council had motioned earlier in the year. There's also a $296,000 favorable variance related to PERC money that we received back from the province. This is related to taxes that had been written off as uncollectible, and the province refunded our portion of the education requisition that we had paid to them. There's also a corresponding contribution to reserves to offset this unanticipated revenue. There's also $25,000 favorable related to charging agreements and disbursements from the province related with DIP requisitions. There's a $24,000 favorable variance related to WCB reimbursements. And there's a $19,000 unfavorable variance related to lower than budgeted water sales associated with oil and gas activity. The next item is sales of goods and services, which has a $450,000 favorable variance. $174,000 of this relates to a higher than anticipated dust control revenues. There should also be noted that there's a $51,000 unfavorable variance on the expenditure side that is offset as a result of these increased revenues. There's also a $197,000 favorable variance on water revenues. Primarily, these are related to bulk water. And again, just like with dust control, there's actually a $153,000 unfavorable variance on the purchase of water on the other side of that. There's also $39,000 favorable related to oil field inspections and related fees for approaches and crossings. A $22,000 favorable variance related to scrap metal sales from transfer sites. A $9,500 favorable variance related to inspection reimbursements, and $8,400 related to the sale of gravel. Next, there's sales to other governments, which has a really small favorable variance and just relates to reimbursable expenses that varied slightly from budget. Rental income has a $6,200 unfavorable variance, and this relates to lower than budgeted land lease and snow plowing revenues. Then there's penalties and fines, which has $1 million favorable variance. You'll note that that's one of our major drivers of the surplus that's forecasted for the year. Again, this really relates at the top end relates to the fact that we collected more in taxes than we anticipated when we developed the budget. We had improved collection rates and an improved environment, and that resulted in that variance. Property taxes has a small favorable variance. Again, that's just there's certain fluctuations, there's some adjustments that can kind of come through the year. There's always going to be a little bit of a variance on that. Special taxes and frontages has a $63,000 favorable variance. $17,000 of this relates to the Trochu Recreation Special Tax, which was just the amount that we actually levied was slightly different than was budgeted, and there's an offsetting expenditure for that as well. There's $46,000 favorable related to water riser fees, which were not included in the budget. And motion number 1, which is also referenced in Appendix C, requests moving that money into reserves as it relates to revenues for water. Then return on investments has a $722,000 favorable variance. Again, this is resulting from a higher than anticipated prime interest rate. And again, motion number 1 also includes a request to contribute that money into a reserve to fund future initiatives. Transfer from reserves has a favorable variance. $52,000 of this relates to operating projects, which we did complete in 2022, and the full funding wasn't utilized. So that money will be returned back to the reserves in which they were originally funded. There's $323,000 relates to operating projects, which were not completed in 2022. And motion number 3 includes the request to carry forward those funds into 2023, so those projects can be completed. And $55,000 of that relates to gravel crushing costs, which were actually a carry forward from 2021 into 2022. That was reserve funded, and we didn't need the full funding to complete the initiative. And there's a $24,000 favorable variance related to capital equipment sales. Again, motion number 1 in this report includes a motion to contribute those back into the capital equipment plan. Moving on from there, I'll kind of talk to the expenditure variances. There's a $1.5 million favorable variance there. Under contract goods and services, there's $540,000 favorable. There's a bunch of things that is kind of contributed to that. There's $180,000 favorable related to legal, IT, and other contracted professional services. There's $139,000 favorable related to major maintenance across multiple departments. $98,000 favorable related to training and development. $49,000 related to advertising and public relations. $29,000 related to insurance due to lower than anticipated rate increases. $18,000 related to Explore Kneehill programming. $10,000 related to board member fees, and $12,000 that's related to smaller expenditure line items across various departments. Materials and goods and supplies actually has an unfavorable variance. However, this is primarily a result of higher than anticipated revenues in certain programs. So $153,000 related to water for resale, of which $197,000 favorable revenue variance is on the revenue side of that. $152,000 was unfavorable related to fuel costs across all departments, and this was related to higher than anticipated prices of fuel. $52,000 unfavorable related to the cost of dust control materials. Again, there's that $174,000 worth of favorable revenue variances on the top side for that. And there's $20,000 unfavorable related to utilities. There's also some offsetting favorable variances within materials and goods, including $117,000 favorable related to shop and road network supplies, $77,000 related to herbicide. This one is primarily a result of a high volume of inventory at year end, which just resulted in a lower expenditure due to that adjustment. $35,000 is favorable related to water department supplies, $29,000 related to general administrative supplies across multiple departments, and $23,000 related to smaller expenditure line items across various departments. The salaries and wages line item has a $1 million variance, and this is due to multiple unanticipated vacancies and absences during the year, including seasonal positions which we weren't able to fill. This scope of this variance is an anomaly, and administration has adjusted the turnover allowance in the 2023 budget to draw greater alignment between the budget and actual results. There's a $15,000 favorable variance with other expenses. There's $21,000 which is unfavorable related to waste management programming, but then there's $16,000 favorable related to ASB programming, $14,000 favorable related to economic development programming, and $6,200 related to bank fees that weren't incurred. The provision for allowances has a $71,000 unfavorable variance related to the cancellation of taxes and penalties which were deemed uncollectible. Purchases from other governments has a $16,000 favorable variance, primarily related to the provincial policing payment, was slightly under what we had budgeted for. Transfer to other governments has $34,000 favorable, represents unallocated funding related to municipal agreements. Transfers to individuals and organizations, the $116,000 favorable variance relates to council programs which were not fully utilized in 2022. Transfers to local boards and agencies of $5,800 relates to small variances budgeted for transfers and actual transfers. Contributions to reserves represents a $503 unfavorable variance, but these are related to revenues that we had received due to PERC funding and DRP claims. So those are motions that council had made to contribute those extra revenues into reserves. So it offsets from the top to the bottom on that report. And non-TCA operating projects has $379,000 favorable. $323,000 of this relates to projects that are going to be requested to be carried forward, and $56,000 relates to projects were completed to 2022 and for which the funding gets returned back to the reserves. And there's gravel and inventory projects has a $55,000 favorable variance. This project just didn't need all of the funding for that carry forward amount. So that speaks to all of Appendix A. I'm going to move on to talking about Appendix C, which is some of the recommendations that administration has put forward to utilize that surplus for future programming. So there's sort of three categories within Appendix C. There's reserve contributions that are being recommended that are related to specific unbudgeted revenues. These are things that have historically typically been done at year end. So there's $46,000 related to water riser fees that we're recommending we put that into the water reserve. There's 770, I think I wrote that wrong. Anyway, 772,000 related to investment returns, which is just money that we've got over and above, so we're recommending putting that into reserves, and $24,000 related to the capital equipment plan sales, where we're recommending putting that into the capital equipment reserve. The next two items are requesting to increase the carry forward amount for two of the projects listed on Appendix D. These are for the asset management project and the corporate initiatives. So what this is recommending is effectively topping up those two projects and utilizing 2022 surplus funding to do so. And then the last section is relating to the remaining surplus. We've recommended putting $1 million towards the capital equipment plan reserve. This is just in acknowledgement of some of the price increases on capital equipment and noting that an increased contribution to that reserve would be prudent in order to plan for the future. And then the remaining is $2 million put to the revenue stabilization reserve. Now, it should be noted that administration is anticipating putting together a reserve strategy in the coming year or so. And so these recommendations are put forward to put these monies into reserves, but we're anticipating that when that strategy is developed, there will likely be some transfers from reserves and some adjustments to where those balances sit. So at this point, putting it to the revenue stabilization reserve is sort of a bit of a placeholder. Moving on from there, I'll kind of speak to Appendix D. During the interim operating budget, we kind of indicated to council which projects we anticipated would be carried forward, but we didn't obtain official approval to carry forward those projects at that time because the full cost of where they were sitting at year end wasn't fully known. So there's no statuses that have changed since interim. We've just finalized the actual numbers that were expended within 2022 on those projects. So there were 21 projects between capital and operating projects that we undertook in 2022. Of the capital projects, 4 were completed and they were all completed under budget. 7 are requested to be carried forward into 2023 for completion, and all of which are anticipated to be completed on budget. And then of the operating projects listed, 5 were completed and they were all completed under budget as well. And 5 are requested to be carried forward into 2023 for completion. All of which are anticipated to be under budget. However, as you'll note in Appendix C, we've requested for both the asset management and the corporate initiative budgets to be increased and utilizing surplus funding to do so. And that'll just allow administration to further those projects and those initiatives in line with council's strategic plan. And I will quickly talk to Appendix E, which is just a summary of all of the investments and the cash balances that the county holds at any certain time. So this is as of December 31st. And you'll note that we have a range of returns between 1.45 and 5.7. The lower returns were the investments that were made prior to the increasing prime return rate. And as those mature, we're making different decisions in order to reinvest those funds and obtain higher returns. Finally, we'll speak to Appendix F. So this is just our reserve continuity, and it just provides an outline of where we're kind of sitting with our reserve balances. So it shows the operating budget contributions from 2022, the operating budget draws from 2022, the capital draws, any post-budget approvals that affected reserve balances, and it also includes the surplus or deficit of 2022 projects that were completed. So the unaudited balance available is approximately $53 million, but it should be noted that this doesn't include recommended allocations to reserves from Appendix C, and it doesn't include any potential draws from carry forward projects. So overall, the financial position of the county continues to be positive. There were some significant variances within 2022 that were taken into consideration when we developed the 2023 budget. We understood that some of these were one-off things, and we made sure that when we were planning for the future, we kind of identified those nuances and tried to look forward and adjust the budget where needed. Some of the things that we did to align the budget to actuals is increasing the budgeted return on investments, reducing the provision for allowances due to the improved nature of our ability to collect on our taxes, and increasing the turnover allowance related to salaries and wages. The recommendations in this report will ensure the continuation of forward financial planning and value for dollars for ratepayers. And that is my,
Quite the nutshell.
quite it.
Council have any questions for Ms. Von Burbach? Councillor Penner.
This is so positive, it's great to see the outlook here. There was an unfavorable expense to do with waste management program. I know on the income side, there was a positive to do with metal recycling and that. Is that to do with the program we implemented for the commingling of the recyclables, or what's unfavorable there with waste management program? Did anyone let me know?
Sorry, through the chair, if you could just repeat the section you were looking at for the unfavorable?
So it's just in other expenses. There was 21,800 unfavorable related to waste management programming on page 5.
Right. Through the chair, off the top of my head, I don't know exactly what that relates to, but we can definitely find that information for you.
And I just asked that question just because we brought in that program with the
Yes.
commingling, and we just want to make sure we stay on top of the costs and related to that program. So I look forward to what you bring back to us. Thank you.
Does council have any other questions? Deputy Reeve King.
So my question relates to the $8,400 favorable related to the sale of gravel. So I'm assuming that's our gravel that we've called surplus and that we're trying to sell. We have a fairly large inventory there yet, or what's the situation with that?
Yes, through the chair, you're correct that 8,400 is tied to that lower standard gravel that we were trying to dispose of. We did get higher sales than we anticipated, but at the same time, it was still nothing close to breaking down our total stockpiles of those. We were going to reassess if we're going to do one more gravel blitz in the fall here, just to see if there's more interest there. But we did get very limited responses on that, based on the pricing that we were selling them at, which was at the cost we paid. So.
Go ahead.
So just as a follow-up, I guess, is there anything in the offing or in the plan that we might consider doing if we continue to have such low sales to move that inventory?
Through the chair, yeah, we have looked at using some of that gravel for dirt trails, some regrading of that, as well as some of the mixing into our existing gravel, just to try and dispose of it even more. Does that answer your question there? Or?
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Penner.
I know we discussed it at the previous meeting to do with dust control. Really, it's a favorable of 122,000. So I look forward to those numbers coming back on the actual cost of the product and what we are putting it out there for people to order the service or, pay for the service. So.
Anyone else from council have any questions for Marika? Councillor Penner.
Just while we're on the topic of reserves, can you refresh the difference between water and water service area, please?
Yes, when the water service area tax was in effect, those amounts were going straight into the water service area reserve, and the water reserve didn't have those stipulations necessarily. Again, when we hit the reserve strategy, it's likely that there will be kind of an amendment there, and there will likely not be those duplicated reserves.
It's like like we're running out of questions for you, Marika. Oh, Councillor Cunningham.
Can't let that go by. Actually, not more of a comment than a question. It's obvious I need to get the county to do my investments because you're obviously doing much better than I'm doing. But it just kind of speaks to what, just when we were speaking to Cal, it's like not necessarily budget, but it is shocking to me that it says in salaries and wages that there were seasonal positions that were not able to be filled. So I guess I just really encourage everybody out there, young folks, to get your applications in because those jobs, it seemed like there always used to be more people in positions, so, which seems to be a trend across the entire area right now. So apply.
Councillor Penner?
Just further to that, it is unfortunate that they're not getting filled because some of our departments, and we see it on the ag side, some of the programs just couldn't be implemented 100% because of the shortage of staff. So please, if anyone says there's no jobs around, let them know that it's not the truth.
Well, if there aren't any more questions or comments, we do have some motions that need to be voted on. Councillor McGee.
I'll get that started. Thank you. Very, very well done. Clearly presented so I can understand it, which says a lot, so thank you. And having said that, I would like to make the motion that council approve reserve contributions of $3 million and such as detailed in Appendix C.
All righty. We have a motion to approve reserve contributions for $3,964,964 as detailed in Appendix C. Is there any discussion to that motion? I shall call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Councillor Cunningham.
I move that council approves $1,961,478 of capital project carry forwards, including funding sources as detailed in Appendix D.
Okay, we have a motion to approve capital project carry forwards as detailed in Appendix D. Is there any discussion to that motion? I shall call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Christie.
I'll make the motion that council approve $445,001 in operating projects carry forwards, including sources and detailed of Appendix D.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the operating projects carry forwards as in Appendix D. Is there any discussion to that motion? Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thanks, Marika. You can come back for next year.
Or
Doing it.
sooner.
Thank you, very good job. Do we have time, or are we gonna have a recess? Okay, I shall call a recess. We will reconvene at 11. have a closed session portion of the meeting, which we will bring into fruition right now. It is section 16 of FOIP, third-party business. Would someone like to move? Yes, Councillor Christie.
So moved into closed session.
Okay, we have a motion to move into closed session. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And we shall wait for we are back online. All righty. We moved out of closed session at 11:44. We allowed the gallery to return, and now we are back in session at 11:45.
2 seconds, 11:46.
11:46, sorry, missed it by 2 seconds. Okay, so our next agenda item happens to be 7.1, repeal of obsolete bylaws.
100 to be exact.
Ms. Vanderkool, you are going to handle this again?
I would love to handle this.
Really?
Yeah. So administration continues the process of reviewing the bylaws and cleaning up old bylaws that are obsolete and outdated. When this process is completed, we will only have relevant active bylaws. The only way to repeal and amend a bylaw is through another bylaw. So in front of you is bylaw to rescind 100-some bylaws. I'm not going to go through every single bylaw, but today's theme is sale of property. If there's no questions, then the next step would be for council to pass 3 readings to pass the bylaw, unless you wanted further information.
All righty. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Vanderkool?
Well, she's within 40 years of today almost now.
Yeah. So what are council's wishes? Councillor Christie.
I'll move first reading to bylaw 1881, being a bylaw to repeal obsolete, redundant, and outdated bylaws.
All righty, we have a motion for first reading of bylaw 1881. Is there any discussion to that motion? I shall call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Councillor Cunningham.
I move that council provide second reading to bylaw 1881.
Okay, we have a motion for second reading, bylaw 1881. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Penner.
I'd make the motion that council provide unanimous consent for third and final reading of bylaw 1881.
Okay, we have a motion for consent for third reading of bylaw 1881. This is just for consent. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Could the record reflect that it was a unanimous vote? Councillor McGee.
I'd like to move that council provide third and final reading to bylaw 1881.
All righty, we have a motion for third and final reading for bylaw 1881. Is there any discussion? This is your last opportunity. Seeing not, all those in favor? And that one's carried unanimously. Boy. Thanks, Carolyn. What do you got, 40 years left? 30 years left?
Just a couple months.
Just a couple of months.
That'll cover the 40 years.
That'll cover, yeah. Okay, our next agenda item, 7.2, Master Rates Bylaw, 1883. Mr. Hogan.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Through you to council, the master rates bylaw is something that admin generally brings back annually. Sometimes the changes are every couple of years, but most of the time we're looking at annually. What we do with the master rates bylaw is all of the rates and fees that the municipality charges, we amalgamate in this one bylaw. And so each year, or whenever we review it, we can make those changes, and all of the other things that reference the master rates bylaw are automatically updated. So this is the one repository of pretty much everything else we charge. There are a few other things out there, but this is by far and away the main one. So in this year's update, we have included within the request for decision the bylaws themselves, but more so the attachment to the RFD contains what's actually changed from past years. And as you work through that chart, You'll see some fees have been increased to reflect different costs, whether we're charging those as part of recovery or whether those costs are being charged to us and passed on. Some of the things in there we're recommending for removal because we don't do them anymore. So it's not even a service we provide, it's part of just the housekeeping. If we're not gonna do the thing anyway, then there's no point outlining a fee for doing it. So with that, the list is in front of you in the RFD and on the chart. So I think what I will do is field any questions that council may have.
Does council have any questions for Mr. Hogan? I take it we got rid of our fax machine? Deputy Reeve King.
So as I'm sitting here looking at fees related to garbage specifically, are those fees charged only at the Torrington site, or are they charged at all of the locations that would be ours? I know some of ours are just trans stores, so, and so I'm assuming those fees relate strictly to Torrington. And if so, do we know how diligent the charging of those fees are and how focused they are on identifying where those loads are coming from? Because we've been talking about airspace and maintenance of that and capacity within that landfill. So if we're taking non-resident loads, are we taking them and charging them, or are we taking them and not really being diligent on that fee? That's page 19 of 9. That's page 19 of 19 in our new master rates.
We do charge those fees. There are times when, just depending on the staff labor that's out there, some loads that we'd rather not have do make it through from time to time. Now whether that's from a destination or simply material that we don't want or take, I know the person out there did respond to a small fire not that long ago. That was some burning material that made its way in. So the answers are, is it 100% diligent? No. Do we monitor that and collect fees? Yes.
I know the Freon is being charged at Linden.
Just the reason I asked the question is you do hear the rumors out there from some commercial people that I know that they managed to get a load in and they were quite happy because they knew they'd pay a lot more at Three Hills. And so I want to be able to push back and say no, that our tenants are paying attention and that they are charging the fees that are required, so.
One thing that would be easier would be through the Reeve, would be having a scale there, but we don't, so just a condition by half ton of, trailer load or whatever. I'm sure it's not, we're not getting the funds that if you hold it to Drumheller and you went across the scale, that kind, but at least we're catching something, or I hope we're catching them by doing it this way.
Councillor Christie.
Seeing as how we can't sell strychnine anymore, so that'll just be gone.
It has been stricken in one of these.
There's two in there. The first one is the new one.
Yep. Are there any other questions about the master fees bylaw?
I guess the question would be, if we make the motion today to proceed with this, when does it come into place? Immediately or at the end of the month, or?
Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Chair, unless otherwise specified, then these would come into place, these would come into effect upon passage of the bylaw. I should say that generally I guess the technical component is when we sign the bylaw, but that's a formality based on the effective date of when it's passed.
I'm sure it'll show up on my desk before I leave.
We do have a diligent assistant for council who I suspect there might be a version of this printed out already.
We need to amend it.
Okay, what's council's wishes? Councillor Penner.
So if nobody has any more questions, I'd make the motion that council give first reading to bylaw 1883, that being a bylaw to establish rates, fees, and charges, for the various operations, products, and permits and services.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have first reading for bylaw 1883, that being the master rates bylaw. Is there any discussion to the motion? All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Cunningham.
I move that council provide second reading to bylaw 1883.
Okay, we have a motion for second reading, bylaw 1883. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Christie.
I'll move to provide unanimous consent for third and final reading of bylaw 1883.
Okay, we have consent to hold third and final reading of bylaw 1883. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Let the record reflect that it was a unanimous vote to hold third and final reading. Councillor Forbes.
Move that council provide the third and final reading to bylaw 1883.
Okay, we have a motion for third reading of bylaw 1883. Is there any discussion? This is your last opportunity. I see none. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Next agenda item, 7.3, community grants to nonprofit organizations, policy 15-3, round 1. Ms. Vanderkool, you're taking this?
I would love to, again.
Boy, you love to do a lot of things over there.
So today I bring you agenda number 7.3, community grants to nonprofit organizations, policy 15-3, round 1. At the April 18th, 2023 Committee of the Whole meeting, that was just last week, council discussed the 2023 round 1 community grant applications. The Committee of the Whole recommended that council approve the following applications, and that they're all listed there, and that was all the, you guys actually approved all applications. And it's a total of $17,500. And there's, for remaining left for round 2 is $14,722.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions from council? As Ms. Vanderkool has stated, we did go through this at the Committee of the Whole last Tuesday. So it's not new, but if there are any questions, now's the opportunity. It's also an opportunity to provide a motion too. Councillor King, or Deputy Reeve King, sorry.
That's all right. So I'll make the motion then that council approve the following round 1 community grants to nonprofit organizations. I'm going to leave the amounts out, but I will mention the organizations. Three Hills Minor Softball, Three Hills and District Agricultural Society, Swalwell Ladies Town and Country Club, Kneehill Bull Hunters and Archery Society, Trochu Golf and Country Club, and the Trochu Pottery Club in the amounts and items as listed in the RFD.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion to be before us to approve the round 1 community grants program to nonprofits as listed on screen. Is there any discussion to that motion? Shall call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Okay, we're just smoking along here. 7.4, medical clinic tax exemption bylaw. Welcome, Mr. Gannon, and anytime you are ready.
Thank you, Reeve and Council, for allowing me bringing this forward to you once again. Today, administration is bringing forward the potential second and third reading of Bylaw 1882, the medical clinic tax exemption bylaw. On March 28th, 23, administration first brought this forward with information related to the Kneehill Medical Clinic lease contract. Through the information and deliberation within council, one of the recommendations was to offer a tax exemption bylaw route, as it was indicated from legal that it was the only route available to the county to ensure that the family medical clinic in our municipality continues to benefit from the tax exemption that they currently have. Unfortunately, through the MGA, the clinic does not qualify for a tax exemption underneath a nonprofit, which was part of the information that was brought forward. So at this time, administration offers council the opportunity to grant second and third reading of the tax exemption bylaw, or they may just grant the second reading. They may also oppose the medical clinic exemption bylaw, or council can also ask for additional information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gannon. Are there any questions from council for Mr. Gannon? What are council's wishes? Councillor McGee.
I really appreciate the work that's gone into this, and I really stand by the bylaw. Having said that, I also want to bring highlight to the fact that the bylaw is intended to be here so that we can support keeping our doctors and keeping our clinic viable for our community, because we as a council, certainly myself, but I believe all of us, strongly find that very valuable. But I'm taking pause a little bit in this conversation and in passing this reading. I am feeling, I can't find my vocabulary to articulate how difficult it is to hear the gossip and community feel around what relationship and some negative components are being talked about in our role here. And we did talk as a council about having an open meeting with all our doctors to have a better relationship with them. And I am just wondering if that conversation might bring highlight to maybe whether or not this is targeting exactly their needs and our needs for that relationship, and whether passing this is premature, and if we don't, what are the consequences as far as our tax roll goes? So how timely is this needed?
Thank you. Through the chair, the information within the contract, currently we're without a contract. The contract's expired within the medical clinic. It was administration's recommendation to move forward with the tax exemption to ensure that those conversations with council can happen through the window of the contract, which was originally agreed to. Unfortunately, with the cost of the taxation that is going to start next year on the asset, the amount that would be charged would not be recoverable in the rate. Therefore, administration cannot enter into a contract that does not, that the cost will not be fully recovered when we know there's going to be a shortfall. So we proposed a path forward to allow those conversations to happen in the background while still incorporating a contract in place to ensure that our relationship, or how that relationship pans out in the future, has an opportunity while a contract is still in place. Through the bylaw, you do have the ability to rescind a bylaw if you find that it's no longer effective in the future. And through the negotiations within the lease right now, we're expecting a 2-year extension to that lease. So within that period of time, I believe that council will have an opportunity to understand the greater needs of the clinic and the community, and is able to advise administration on the future path of that asset.
Thank you,
If we-
appreciate that.
When or if we pass this tax exemption bylaw, it would provide a $91,623 direct subsidy to the medical clinic, correct?
That is correct, Reeve.
Well, we're doing our part, in my view. Councillor Christie.
I appreciate Faye's comments. I also appreciate that when I'm negotiating, I want to take the high road. So at that point, I would move second reading of Bylaw 1882, because I believe the clinic is extremely important to our community and our hospital.
Okay, we have a motion to approve second reading for Bylaw 1882. Discussion. I do believe that is important for our community and for our residents to have this medical clinic situated where it is. Councillor McGee.
I appreciate this conversation and the information. I agree that having a contract that's feasible and in timely fashion is important. And I just needed to voice the concerns of where my hesitancy is, but overall, I do like the high road as well.
Thank you.
Deputy Reeve King.
So just to further comment on where we are right now, I think that I agree that we need to do something to bring this process of a lease negotiation forward. It is unfortunate that the negotiation has been done in the way it has, carried out on the doctor's side, but it's also equally important to realize that that's not all the doctors. And so what we're seeing is we're seeing a view that's being reflected quite publicly that's, in my opinion, I think it's the minority opinion over there. And it's been used as a tactic to try to put pressure on us as a county. This tax exemption bylaw, I do not see as caving to that negotiation tactic. I see this as a way of us standing up and saying to the clinic that we value them and we value the doctors that are there. The long-term conversation that we need to have, we know we've extended that invitation to the doctors to come and have a conversation with us as a council. My hope is we'll get an answer to that invitation soon. And the indication I had from the clinic when I was there the other day talking with their manager, Ms. Connelson, is that we would hear from them. So I think I agree with Councillor Christie and Councillor McGee. I know we have some concerns, but I think we need to move forward to show that we are willing to work with them. So I'm very supportive of where we're going here. And I'm really looking forward to the opportunity to correct some of the misinformation.
Mr. Hogan, you have a comment?
One thing I will put out there for consideration or for awareness on this as well is if this bylaw isn't passed, what you'll see in the 2024 budget is actually an additional $90,000+ expense that we'll collect from our taxpayers to pay to ourselves to cover that portion of the rent. So that's another component of this that you would see if the bylaw doesn't go through.
Maybe we could become an oil company and just default. Okay, I didn't say that out loud.
We default to ourselves.
Okay, is there any other discussion?
Not a discussion to do with that, we just need to make a little typo correction on it says first reading to bylaw, should be second.
Run that by me again?
Just changing first to second reading on the.
Oh, okay, yes. Yeah, I was just looking at my sheet, so my sheet shows second reading. Okay, so we have a motion to approve second reading for bylaw 1882. Is there any further discussion to that motion? If not, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Recommendation is to hold third or defer third? What's council's wishes? Deputy Reeve King.
Well, in order to give us a choice, and because I don't really have a problem with providing third reading, I would make the motion to provide third reading. If council does not feel they want to go ahead with that at this point, then that motion could be defeated. But that's my motion, that we hold third reading.
If that motion is defeated, this will go down the tubes.
That's right, it does, yep.
So, yep. I guess your motion is to have third reading?
I think we need to do it, yes.
Okay. Just for clarification, we've held first reading a couple weeks ago or longer ago, so we do not need unanimous consent to hold third. We only are holding 2 readings today, so it is appropriate to have third reading called at this point in time. Is there any discussion to holding third reading for bylaw 1882? I see none. I will call the question. All those in favor? And that bylaw, or that is unanimous. Okay. Ooh, 7.5, Division 7 Ratepayer Engagement. Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the item that's before you is a result of a ratepayer engagement that was conducted in Division 7. So as council is aware, this is something that members of council have chosen to undertake in different areas of the county to deal with, or to engage specifically with some of their ratepayers. We have taken most of the feedback out of that meeting and put together a chart for you. What we've broken out the chart is, you'll see that we've got the questions that came up, we've got some of the responses that were given, and then we've added columns for administrative action and council action. And what our intent there is to demonstrate which of those things can be done administratively. So as you see, the very first item that came up from the public was new people moving to Huxley need to be educated on how to use a septic system. There's a response. This could be in the form of a did you know pamphlet for Huxley residents included in their utility bills. A review of the existing Huxley wastewater system is also proposed to be completed in 2023. So the preparation of that pamphlet and sending it out in the utility bills is just something administration can do if council says go for it. And so really the way that we're putting this forward is if you're good with the administrative actions, then once you approve this for information, it's kind of us telling you, hey, we're going to do these things unless you tell us otherwise. So if you're good with those administrative actions, then the recommended motion is there. If you're not, let us know. The other column that's a council action means that in order for council to move on that, it would require either a discussion or a change of philosophy or policy or something that administration can't enact just at our level. It's a broader thing that would require council's direction. So when we look at the second item, dirt roads should be graded more than 2 times per year and done at the same time county roads are done. That would be an elevation of the current level of service that council provides to residents. So if you'd like to see that happen, then that requires you guys to have a conversation around what that level of service is. Depending on those items, what we're suggesting is council may want to consider if you want to go down that path or not. If that's something that as a council you want to consider. And if it is, that might determine, depending on what the topic is, that might determine some additional work to be done by admin. So as an example, if you wanted to change the level of service regarding grading on dirt trails, what I'd recommend is that you task administration with coming up what that would look like. rather than just changing the level of service, because of course there's going to be a cost on there in terms of grading time and things like that. And our recommendation is you'd want that information prior to altering a level of service, if you're even going to consider that. But that's where, so when we put those in those two columns, we put them that way. You'll see there are some as well that have the NA, the not applicable, behind them. So there was a question around grass crossing signs that are being placed on both sides of the road. That actually doesn't have to do with the county, that's industry itself. We did through a different channel, manage to get a response as to why that occurs. Thank you, Councillor Phobes. But that, so again, there's no response needed either by admin or council on an item like that is what we're suggesting.
I just want to comment that I really appreciate the summary, and I think that's a great report to have, and I look forward to the future ones.
Councillor Cunningham, go ahead.
So yeah, just to reiterate what Councillor McGee said, yeah, it's easy to hold a meeting, but I think I was really impressed with this summary. So it shows what the questions are and what the follow-up is, and I absolutely love that. And, just kudos to Deputy Reeve King for holding that meeting, and just to say again, like, it's a wonderful opportunity for people to get out and engage. We have, I know, Councillor Phobes and Councillor Christie are having one coming up, and we've got 2 in June for the whole county. So yeah, again, just encouraging people to come on out and take them in, and yeah, this was wonderfully done on everybody's part. So thanks.
So there's a couple of things in there that seem to be a recurring conversation thing every time I happen to be near or around Huxley. And that has to do with dark sky and the amount of light that comes off the Grains Connect elevator. And if you've ever been by there at night, it doesn't quite show up like the greenhouse at Acme, but it is extremely bright. And so perhaps through administration, we could just write a letter to say, is there a chance they could reduce the amount of lighting that's on that building at night? If they're operating, that's one thing, but when they're not operating, do they need it lit up like a Christmas tree? And I don't know. And the other thing is train whistles, and I know we've had some conversation around train whistles at Huxley and the controlled approach that's there. And I think my understanding was we would have to do some access limiting to the tracks. So I'm not sure where we'd sit on that.
So as far as the process that Transport Canada has through the train whistle, there is a process that communities can go through to have it's called whistle cessation program. So basically it is an application through CN, through Transport Canada, to remove the whistle blowing through a community. They do come out and do an assessment of it. It does come back to the council to actually make a resolution towards it. I don't know how much liability that may be something that we want to have a legal opinion on as well, just to look at what that actually means. As CN is taking away their whistle, that may increase our liabilities for any accidents in there. But there is a process that we could investigate to go through on that.
Okay, well, I appreciate those comments, and, it's really up to council where we go on some of these and what we direct administration to do. And I do appreciate what we're doing as far as the wastewater survey and study that's going to happen in Huxley. The residents there have been asking for that for a while, and so that's a good step forward. And these other 2 things, the dark sky and the train whistles, continue to be kind of irritants. So just wanted to bring those forward.
I know that when we put LED lights on our grain handling system, when you come over the hill to our yard, it was obscene. When we re-aimed them, you still see them, but not nearly as bright. So I'm sure that the north ones on that facility could easily be aimed down, still do what they need to do, but not be as bright in town. But I know that's the success we had at home, was just re-aiming them.
One thing to remember too with the whistling of the train in Huxley, it also happens in Swalwell. I don't hear from the residents, they're used to it, it's been there, the train line was there before most of the residents were there. No, they don't like it, they'd love to get rid of it, but it also happens in Swalwell.
So the only comment I would make to that is the residents in Huxley say now that it's a controlled, so it's got bells, lights, and arms, they wonder if the whistle is mandatory or required. And so because it's now a limited access intersection, because the arms come down, you cannot, well, you could, but you better not. It's not advised. Anyway, they do now have, it's tracks going both directions, and so when they do that, then they put arms and lights and everything on it then. So that was the only reason that they suggested it might be possible to be a whistle-free zone, so.
Understandable, I could see that coming forward, sure. Sorry, I haven't driven in there for a little
No,
while.
that's quite all right, yeah.
So just a quick question, isn't there another railroad crossing south of Huxley, like half a mile?
There's one south of Huxley, yes, half a mile, and there's one north of Huxley on the Buffalo Jump, and so,
Yeah.
yeah.
But I'm just wondering, is the one south of Huxley also controlled?
No, because it's a single track.
Okay, that's what I was under the suspicion.
Yep.
So we're looking at dampening the noise on the one going through Huxley, but not the one south of Huxley.
Yeah, and I have no idea about liability and signage that would be on the track saying this is a whistle-free zone. If you're like me, I live right next door to Trochu. I hear the train coming as he crosses 2 miles south, and I hear the train coming as he crosses 2 miles north, and then as he crosses a mile north, and then as he crosses at the meat plant, then as he crosses 585, then as he crosses at the Lutheran Church, and then as he crosses at Andrew Frere and Dave Smith's crossing. So you get to enjoy the train whistle, and it becomes a part of rural life. However, the length of time and the frequency of the crossing at Huxley is increased because of the Grains Connect elevator. And so every time an engine approaches that intersection at whatever time of day, they are going to whistle. And so that's just, it's been a question that's been raised. If we can go back and say it's just not feasible or the liability is too great or whatever, that just helps in responding to the concern that's been raised. And personally, I don't think we've definitively answered that question. So.
Mr. Hogan.
Dear Mr. Eve, we can, administratively, we can go back and we can pose a question, or I guess what I'm saying is we can dig into what that liability might look like, and we can bring that back for information.
Thank you.
Councillor Cunningham.
Can you just remind me about the Huxley wastewater survey? Is it currently being conducted, like as we speak, or is it a future thing, or where are we at with that?
I should let Mr. Hogan answer that question.
Uh-oh, pass the buck.
Mike or Mike? Whose mic is using their mic?
There you go, yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Zier.
So through the chair, it is included in the 2023 budget for an operating project. Basically, we're in the process right now of putting an RFP, I think it's released now, for engineering services to develop this overview. Two aspects, really just assessing the existing system right now, any limitations that it has, doing some community consultation with the residents, make sure we get all the issues that are raised and if there's any real problem areas. And the second part of the study is going to be looking what a gravity system looks like. Looking at replacement of the existing system, if there is problems with it that are determined, or looking at what a cost of a gravity system with gravity system, mains, manholes, and a lift station. So it'll be a fair, I wouldn't say a pretty detailed report, but there'll be for sure one, if not two, community engagement sessions with that.
Okay. Councillor Phobes, sorry.
So moving forward, I would love to see the study actually being implemented, because they did a Hamlet study years ago and it is just sat on the shelf. So I really don't want to spend taxpayers' money and give a false hope to Huxley if we're not going to move forward with this.
Go ahead, Mr. Zier.
Yeah, so through the chair, the study will present options for council to consider. Like I say, if it comes down to a maintenance program, education program for the residents there will be, like I say, a high-level engineering cost estimate that if council chooses, they can put forward in future budget years to look at doing that as well. So it's more of an investigation study. There isn't going to be something that's set determined at the end of it. This is the only way. There's going to be some options for council to consider. Likely with one of the options being status quo as well.
Through Mr. Chair, the purpose of the study being done this year, as Mr. Zier said, was so that there could be options presented to council so that you could include that in a future budget year. Whether that was 2024 is, I think, kind of the aim, but depending on what council's priorities are, that 2024 may or may not be the date. But that was the intent, was having a direction with an attached budget number that you could put in budget so that it could be actioned.
Deputy Reeve King.
So one of the pieces in there that I really appreciate is the fact that you're talking to the people who live in Huxley. And I think any conversation around doing something with the sewer in Huxley is they need to know the impacts on themselves and that community as such. Much like the Three Hills East Water project, things come with a cost. And so it's in fairness to the residents, if we come back and we say it's going to be X, Y, Z, and it's a massive number, and we just say it's not feasible, they have to be involved in that conversation. But if it's something that's maybe more manageable and that would address the majority of the issues that are there, then I think it's worth, again, having that conversation to say, this is what's going to happen, and this is how it's going to take place. And so I appreciate the fact, Mr. Zier, that you brought up the public consultation and a conversation with the residents within the community. I think that's critical to the success or failure of what we do, and it will help us as a council make a decision. So thank you for that.
Okay, not knowing how much longer this conversation is going to go on for, I am going to call a recess at this point in time. Lunch is here. We might as well get it while it's half an hour fresh. So we're on recess till, let's say quarter to, what time is it? 1:15. What's your thoughts? Where are we at? Are we taking care of most of the action items here, or are we still looking at discussing some?
I'm okay.
Good, good?
Yep.
Okay, so
I guess, unless Mike needs something else from us.
I guess ultimately provide direction to administration as needed. Do you have enough direction there, Mr. CAO?
Through Mr. Reeve, I believe that we do. What we've heard is it will continue to action the items there that are under administrative action. And then the ones under council action, we've not heard that there's any specific follow-up that council would like on those items at this time.
Does council want to put some action items forward? Or is it going to come up in policy review when we get to that part? Okay, Mr. Zier, you seem to believe that it will come up in policy review, so you're good?
Yes, through the chair, we'll be reviewing that later this year, so that works perfect.
Okay, very good. I guess basically we don't need, or do we need a motion to accept for information as presented?
I think our practice would be recommended.
Okay. Deputy Reeve King.
I'll make the motion then to receive the Division 7 Ratepayer Engagement Report as information.
Okay, we have a motion to receive for information as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Our next agenda item is the disposition of delegate and public hearing business. Everybody's going to have a little bit of a schmooze here after lunch, or what?
Yeah.
Councillor Christie.
Seeing as how it's such an avid conversation, I'll move to receive for information the Kneehill Adult Learning presentation.
Okay, we have a motion that council receives for information, the Kneehill Adult Learning presentation. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Alrighty, we have Seniors Housing Conference, council and committee reports, number 9 on our agenda. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Cunningham.
So my apologies, because when I did my report, I didn't put my name on it. So yes, it was me that was there. If anybody has any questions, please reach out. It was a good conference. I think I kind of just highlighted I would like to see a little bit more rural content. It was quite urban-based, so that was in my follow-up, that was my recommendation. Just other couple quickly, I promise. I just want to say thank you to administration for helping me with my ratepayer meeting yesterday. Couldn't have done it without you, and thanks to the support of my fellow councilors. I was really fortunate. I had 2 RCMP members pop in, and I wondered what my husband had done, but it was actually just, they were just popping in to say hi. He was already gone, yeah. So definitely it was a really good day, and there was some concerns that came forward, but lots of little things and definitely things that we can take care of. Huge accolades for the staff and the work that they do from the public. And one of my favorite quotes from one of my ratepayers was, "We are so blessed to live here in Kneehill County." So wanted to pass that on. And just a quick thank you to the Golden Hills Lodge for inviting me to their spring dinner. It was an amazing meal, beautifully decorated, wonderful entertainment. So thanks for that. Quick reminder that the RCMP Youth Camp is coming up in July. The deadline for applications is May 15th, so please reach out if you're interested in that. And just I wanted to say a quick little thank you. It was recently National Volunteer Week, so I just want to thank all the volunteers in Kneehill County and surrounding areas that do what they do. You make the world go around and certainly make a difference, so thanks.
Okay, any questions from senior housings? If not, we have Kneehill Housing Corp., the minutes that were circulated. Anything to add? Councillor Forbes.
I was speaking with the CAO the other day, and they are now full. Yeah, so that makes me, and there is a waiting list. So, other than the residents that are still under renovations, and I'm sure once those are completed, those will also fill up, so yes.
Okay. 9.3, Town Hall Meeting.
So Associate Deputy Minister John Conrad hosted a ASB chair meeting. Apparently in May, they're going to take a holiday because he says there's going to be an event from May 1st to the 29th where their office will not be closed, but won't be taking any, unless non-emergency stuff through the election. I got to get back to, grant funding is in place for $166,000 for 23 and 24 for 69 ASBs in the province. The avian flu update, there was 60 sites affected last year where they lost 1.5 million birds. In 2023, they've tested 3 flocks at this point that are negative. They have 1 test in the process now. The wild boar eradication, last year they've destroyed 300 head were caught and destroyed in 2022. They're generating a map to say where they were and the population in each area, but we haven't got that yet. There was 32 sounders that they caught, 10 singles that were shot, so the bounty program is discontinued because it wasn't successful, but the trapping is. Alberta Transportation Weed Review Management Program should be finished in September, October. And Crown Land is now being reviewed for renewable energy. So that was pretty much what they covered in an hour.
Any questions? So the boar, wild boar situation is expanding rapidly for what I got.
Well, and it's, I mean, they got 300, so I don't know where they are, and the map will show, but when you look at.
Sounds like they're moving across the 49th down into Minnesota.
I was gonna say, when you look at North America, in the last 10 years, that map is just.
Okay.
The other thing that I noticed on an American broadcast, California and Arizona on their avian flu have lost 15 million birds this spring already. They're starting to follow the raptors and migratory birds to see where it's prevalent. So it's not, apparently the variant this year is extremely deadly. So we're lucky that they haven't found any here yet.
Okay, 9.4, Drumheller Solid Waste. We have a report. Question is, where'd I put it?
We're moving along in the right
You can have this
direction,
one.
so if anyone has any questions.
Are there any questions with the Drumheller Solid Waste?
The plastics don't need to be sorted? That is fantastic.
That is a business out of Ontario, and then EFS Plastics is based out of Ontario. I think there's something to do with Germany too, and they expanded into Alberta, out of Lethbridge, so they're actually finding it hard to get enough feedstock. So it's really good that we don't have to just commingle of all the numbered plastics.
Okay, if there's no questions there. 9.5, and my scribbles I cannot even read. What was the addition to the agenda?
That was Laura Lee, but I think she covered.
Okay. All righty.
Okay, we'll leave that one where it is.
So if there are no more questions, there is a motion. Deputy Reeve King.
I'll make the motion that council accept for information the council and committee reports as presented.
Alrighty, we've got a motion to receive for information as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. That leaves us with our council follow-up action list. So Horseshoe Canyon opens up the May long weekend, along with our camping and all that kind of stuff? Or, you know,
Yeah, May 15th, I think, is a
May
specific date.
15th? Okay. I guess a question, do we have our seasonal staff in place? Mr. Gannon?
Through the chair, yes, we do have the majority of our seasonal staff. I believe there's one or two positions I haven't been updated on. And I believe that's just in the process right now, Reeve.
Thank you. Any other questions on council follow-up action list? If not, someone care to make a motion?
Before we do that,
Okay, go ahead, Deputy Reeve King.
I know it's not up on our council follow-up action list, but just wondering if, Mr. Zier, you'd give us kind of how you're making out on the follow-up on the Three Hills Water East?
Definitely, through the chair. So the survey did close 2 weeks ago, yesterday. We continually, there's not a whole lot of new information to bring forward right now. We are reaching out to the applicants or the residents that hadn't responded back to the survey and compiling the data of the ones that do. So continuing on that process, it's going to be a little bit too, like I say, we're monitoring how much time it is going to be taking to have the responses on that, but it'll be a little while yet. It's all reliant on the responses we get for timing on that.
So do we have a window that we're operating in, or are we, this is kind of an indefinite period that we're going to leave this opportunity open, or kind of, can you give us a feel for how long you think this process might take?
Yeah, well, through the chair, we were anticipating about a month and a half response window we were going to give before we likely had the data ready to come back to council to present that. So we're looking around end of May, early June.
Councillor Penner.
And it's not on the action list here, but just wanted to ask the question, with how dry it is and the fires that have been around, what's happening? Are the fire chiefs and that discussing advisories or fire bans?
Mr. Gannon.
Through the chair, thank you very much for your question. There was a request that came from the fire chiefs to enact an advisory. So that was approved by the CEO yesterday, so I believe there should be one coming shortly for everybody.
Anything else from council action follow-up list? Councillor Christie.
If not, I'll make a motion to accept for information.
Okay, we have a motion to receive for information as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And there are no motions coming from closed session. So at 1:30, I shall adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everyone.